Book 10, Chapter 11 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Continuation of Scipio's Story. As long as I had money in my purse, my landlord was cap in hand. But the moment he began to suspect that the funds were low, he became high and mighty, picked a German quarrel with me, and one morning before breakfast begged it as a favour of me to march out of his house. I followed his counsel as proudly as you please, and betook me to a church belonging to the fathers of St. Dominic, where, while Mass was performing, an old beggar accosted me on the usual topic of alms. I dropped some small change into his hat, which was truly the orphan's mite, saying at the same time, "My friend, remember in your prayers to mention a situation for me. If your petition is heard with favour, it shall be all the better for you. Hearty thanks, and a handsome poundage." At these words the beggar surveyed me up and down from head to foot, and answered in a grave tone, "What place would you wish to have?" "I should like," replied I, "to be footman in some family where I should do well." He inquired whether the matter pressed. "With all possible importunity," said I, "for unless I have the good luck to get settled very soon, the alternative will be horrible. Death by the grip of absolute famine, or a livelihood in the ranks of your fraternity." "If the latter were, after all, to be your lot," resumed he, "it certainly would be rather hard upon you, who have not been brought up to our habits of life. But with a little use and practice, you would prefer our conditions of service, which, partiality apart, is far less respectable than the beggar's vocation. Nevertheless, since you like a menial occupation better than leading a free and independent life like me, you shall have a berth without more ado. Mean as my appearance is, you must not measure my power by it. Meet me here at the same hour to-morrow." I took care to keep the appointment. Though at the spot before the time, I had not long to wait before the beggar joined me, and told me to follow him. I did so. He led me to a cellar not far from the church where he resided. We went in together, and sitting down on a long bench, at least 100 years the worse for wear, the conversation took this turn on his part: "A good action, as the proverb says, always meets with its reward. You gave me alms yesterday, and that has determined me to get you a place, which shall be soon done, with a blessing on my endeavours. I know an old Dominican, by name Father Alexis, a holy monk, a ghostly confessor. I have the honour to do all his little odd jobs, performing my task with so much discretion and good faith, that he always lends his interest to me and my friends. I have spoken to him about you, and in such terms as to prepossess him in your favour. You may be introduced to his reverence whenever you please." "There is not a moment to be lost," said I to the old beggar. "Let us go to the good monk immediately." The mendicant agreed, and led me by the arm to Father Alexis, whom we found in his room, hard at work writing spiritual letters. He broke off to talk with me. As it was the wish of the mendicant, he would do all in his power to serve me. "Having learnt," pursued he, "that Signor Balthazar Velasquez is in want of a footboy, I wrote to him this morning on your behalf, and he just sent me for answer that he would take you without further inquiry on my recommendation. This very day you may call on him from me. He is one of my flock, and my very good friend." Thereupon the monk preached to me for 3/4 of an hour on my moral and religious duties, and how to fulfil them in conscience and honour. He enlarged principally on the obligation of serving Velasquez with diligence and devotion, and then assured me that he would take care and keep me in my place, provided my master had no very material fault to find with me. After having thanked the holy person for his goodness towards me, I left the convent with the beggar, who told me that Signor Balthazar Velasquez was an old woolen draper, but with much simplicity and good nature in his character. I doubt not, added he, but you will be perfectly comfortable in his house. I begged to know his place of residence, and repaired thither immediately, after promising to make my gratitude manifest as soon as I had taken root in my new soil. I went into a large shop, where two fashionable young apprentices were walking up and down, practising new grimaces against the entrance of the next customer. I inquired whether their master was at home, saying that I wanted to speak with him from Father Alexis. At that venerable name, they showed me into the counting house, where their principal was turning over the ledger. I made a low bow, and coming up to him, "Sir," said I, "Father Alexis ordered me to call here, and offer myself as a servant to your honour." "Ah, my smart lad," answered he, "you are heartily welcome. It is enough that the holy man sent you, and I shall take you in preference to 3 or 4 others who have been recommended. It is a clear case. Your wages begin from this day." A very short time in the family convinced me that the head of it was just such a man as he had been described. In point of simplicity, he was everything that could be wished, so exquisite a subject for imposition, that it seemed next to an impossibility not to exercise my craft upon such a handle. He had been a widower 4 years, and had 2 children, a son 25, and a daughter in her 11th year. The girl, brought up by a severe duenna under the spiritual conduct of Father Alexis, walked in the high road of virtue, but her brother Gaspard Velasquez, though no pains had been spared to make a good man of him, picked out for himself all the vices of a young profligate. Sometimes he stayed away from home 2 or 3 days together, and if, on his return, his father ventured to remonstrate in the least against his proceedings, Gaspard shut his mouth at once, with a haughty toss of the head, and an impertinent answer. "Scipio," said the old man one day, "my son is the plague of my life. He is over head and ears in all kinds of debauchery, and yet there is no accounting for it, since his education was by no means neglected. I have given him the very best masters, and my friend Father Alexis has done his utmost to train him up in the way he should go, but there was no breaking him in. Master Gaspard ran restive, and bolted into downright libertinism. You may perhaps tell me that I spared the rod and spoiled the child. Quite otherwise. He was punished whenever the occasion seemed to demand it, for though good tempered at bottom, I am not to be played upon. I have even gone so far as to lock him up, but that only made him more headstrong than before. In short, he is one of those impracticable beings on whom good example, good advice, and a good horsewhip are equally thrown away. If ever he makes any figure in the world, it must be by a miracle from heaven." Though my heart was not grievously wrung by the sorrows of this unhappy father, sympathy was expected from me, and I condoled with him accordingly. "How much to be pitied you are, sir," said I. "Virtues like yours deserve to have been handed down in your progeny. The event is quite the reverse, my good lad," answered he. "Heaven heard my prayer, and gave me a son, but converted the blessing into an affliction. Among other grounds of complaint against Gaspard, I may tell you in confidence, there is one which gives me a great deal of uneasiness, a vast longing to rob his old father, which he too often finds the means of satisfying, in spite of all my caution. Your predecessor played into his hands, and was turned away in consequence. As for you, I flatter myself that my son will never be able to tamper with your honesty. You will take my side of the question, for doubtless Father Alexis has given you your lesson on that head." "You may rest assured of that," said I. "For a good long hour did his reverence lecture me on doing your will and pleasure without let or hindrance. but I can assure you there was no need of his saying anything about the matter. I feel within myself a sort of call to serve you faithfully, and I promise to do it with a zeal beyond all the temptations of the world to shake or lessen. He who only hears one side is in danger of deciding partially. Young Velasquez, a mixture of the fribble and the braggart, concluding from the cut of my countenance that I was made up of mortal frailty like my dear predecessor, drew me aside to a snug corner, and there talked to me after this fashion: "Now mind what is said to you, my dear fellow. You may think I do not know that you are set as a spy upon me by my father, but take especial care how you proceed, for I can assure you most sincerely that the office is not without very considerable inconvenience to those who undertake it. If ever I find that you tell tales out of school, I will give you such a basting as you never had in your life. But if you will make common cause with me, and a fool of my father, you may buy golden returns of gratitude from your humble servant. Do you wish me to deal with you upon the nail? You shall go snacks in all that we can squeeze out of the old fellow. You have only to take your choice. Fall at once into the ranks either of father or son, for neutrals will come worst off where the contending parties fight for their existence." "Sir," answered I, "you make the shoe pinch very tight. It is self-evident that there is nothing for me to do but to enlist under your banners, though in my conscience it seems like a crying sin to betray Signor Velasquez." "That is no concern of yours," rejoined Gaspard. "He is an old hunks who wants to keep me under his thumb, a curmudgeon who refuses me the rights of nature in refusing to stand to the expenses and repairs of my pleasures, for pleasures are the necessaries of life at 5&20. It is in this point of view that you must form your opinion of my father. If that is the case, so be it, sir," said I. "There is no standing against so just a subject of complaint. I am quite at your service to play second fiddle in all your laudable enterprises. But let us take especial care to conceal our good understanding, for fear your faithful humble servant should be kicked out of doors. It will not be amiss, in my poor opinion, for you to affect an extreme antipathy against me. Some good round of abuse would have a very pretty effect. You need not be nice. All the blackguard terms in the dictionary will come at your call. Nay, a box on the ear now and then, or a kick on the breech, will break no squares. On the contrary, the more you express your thorough dislike, the more Signor Balthasar will pin his faith upon my sleeve. My cue will be apparently to avoid speaking to you if possible. In waiting at table, I shall perform my little attentions to you at arm's length, and whenever your honour may happen to be called over the coals by the shopmen, you must not take it amiss if I abuse you worse than a pickpocket." "As plain as chalk from cheese," cried young Velasquez at this last hint. "This is admirable, my friend. At your early age it is uncommon to meet with such a talent for intrigue. I consider it as a most happy omen for my purpose. With such a performer to play up to me, I flatter myself the old codger will be pinched to the bone and left penniless. You really carry your good opinion of me beyond what my merit will justify," said I. "Some industry may fall to my share, but not such exalted genius. But I shall do my utmost, and if my honest endeavours fail, your candour must find excuses for my imbecility." It was not long before Gaspard had proof positive that I was, to a hair's breadth, the very man he wanted, and the following was precisely the first trick I played into his hand. Balthasar's strong box was in the good man's chamber, by his bedside, a sort of oratory, with a prayer book always lying upon it. Every time I looked that way, my eyes glistened with hope and pleasure. My heart chuckled over the very idea of what might happen. Fair, sweet, cruel box, will you for ever be coy to my addresses? May I never experience the heartfelt delight of possessing all your charms, for better, for worse?" As I went into the room at pleasure, and only Gaspard was warned off the premises, it happened one day that I watched his father. The old gentleman, fancying himself unobserved of human eye, after having opened his treasury and closed it fast again, hid the key behind the hangings. I took an accurate observation of the place, and communicated the discovery to my young master, who said, with an improving hug, "Ah, my dear Scipio, what glorious news you bring! Our fortune is made, my dear fellow. I will furnish you with wax. You shall take the impression of the key, and then our business is done. There will be no difficulty in finding a benevolent locksmith in Cordova, where, to do the place justice, there are as many rogues as in any part of Spain." "Well, but why," said I to Gaspard, "do you want a false key? We may find our account in the proper one." "Yes," answered he, "but I am afraid lest my father, through mistrust or whim, should take a fancy to hiding it elsewhere, and the safest way is to have one of our own." I commended his precaution, and falling in with all his principles, got ready for taking the impression of the key. This was effected one morning early, while my old master was paying a visit to Father Alexis, with whom he for the most part held very long conferences. I did not stop here, but availed myself of the key to open the strong box, wherein an ample range of large and small bags threw me into the most delightful perplexity imaginable. I did not know which to choose, there was such a family likeness among them. Nevertheless, as the fear of being caught did not allow of any long deliberation, I laid hands haphazard on the largest. Then locking the box carefully, and putting the key back again behind the hangings, I got away out of the chamber with my booty, and hid it under my bed, in a small closet where I lay. Having performed this exploit so successfully, I ran back as fast as my legs would carry me to young Velasquez, who was waiting at a house where he had given me notice to meet him, and his delight was extreme at the recital of what I had just done. He was so fully satisfied with me as to lavish caresses without number, and to offer me thrice in the fulness of his heart half the contents of the bag, which I did thrice refuse. "No, no, sir," said I, "this first bag is yours, and yours only. Apply it to your own uses and occasions. I shall return forthwith to the strong box, where, as our lucky stars have contrived it, there is money enough for both of us." Accordingly, 3 days afterwards, I carried off a second bag, containing, like the first, 500 crowns, of which I would only handle the fourth part, let Gaspard be as pressing as he pleased to force upon me a brotherly division, share and share alike. As soon as this young man found himself so flush of money, and consequently in a condition to gratify his hankering after women and play, he gave himself up entirely to the devices of his own imagination. Nay, his evil genius pursued him so far as to make him fall desperately in love with one of those female harpies who devour without remorse or intermission, and swallow up the largest fortunes. His disbursements at her instigation were frightful, and thus it became necessary for me to pay so many visits to the strong box, that old Velasquez at length found out he had been robbed. "Scipio," said he one morning, "I must give you a piece of information. Some one robs me, my friend. My strong box has been opened. Several bags have been taken out. That is a certain fact. Whom ought I to accuse of this theft? Or rather, who else but my son can have committed it? Gaspard must have got by stealth into my chamber, or else you yourself must have played booty with him; for I am tempted to believe you are in league with him, though to outward appearance you do not set up your horses together." And yet I am unwilling to harbour that suspicion, because Father Alexis undertook to answer for your honesty. I gave him to understand, that by the blessing of heaven on a good natural disposition, my neighbour's goods had no temptation in my sight. And I so happily suited the action to the lie, and the lie to the action, that my judge pronounced a verdict of acquittal on the evidence of grimace and hypocrisy. Accordingly, the old man dropped the subject, but for all that there was a general misgiving in his breast, and it would sometimes light upon me. Taking precautions, therefore, against our further attacks, he had a new lock put to his strong box, and always carried the key in his pocket. By these means, an embargo being laid on our traffic with the bags, we looked excessively foolish, especially Gaspard, who, being unable any longer to keep his nymph in her usual style, knew very well that he was likely to be tossed out of her window. He had, however, invention enough to devise an expedient for keeping his head above water a few days longer, and that was neither more nor less than to get into his clutches, in the form of a loan, my dividend on the joint stock of the strong box. I refunded to the last farthing, and this restitution, it is to be hoped, may be set off as an anticipated act of justice to the old draper, in the person of his heir. The young man, having exhausted this scanty supply, and desperate of any other, fell into a deep melancholy, and into ultimate derangement. He no longer looked on his father in any other light than as the bane of his life. His frenzy broke out into the most dreadful projects, so that, without listening to the voice of consanguinity or nature, the wretch conceived the impious design of poisoning him. He was not content with making me privy to the atrocious design, but even proposed to render me the instrument of parricide. At the very thought, my blood ran cold within me. Sir, said I, is it possible that you are so rejected of heaven as to have formed this horrid plot? What, is it in your nature to murder the author of your existence? Shall Spain, the favoured abode of the Christian faith, bear witness to the commission of a crime, at the first blush of which transatlantic savages will recoil with horror? No, my dear master, added I, throwing myself on my knees, no, you will not be guilty of an action which would raise the hand of all mankind against you, and be overtaken by an infamous punishment. I pressed many arguments beside on Gaspard to dissuade him from so fearful an enterprise. How the deuce I came by all the moral and religious topics which I brought to act against the fortress of his despair is more than I can account for, but it is certain that I preached like a doctor of Salamanca, though a mere stripling, born of a gipsy fortune-teller. And yet it was to no purpose that I suggested the duty of communing with his own better resolutions, and stoutly wrestling with the fiend who was lying in wait for his immortal soul. My pious eloquence was dissipated into air. His head hung sullenly on his bosom, and his tongue uttered no sound in answer to all my mollifying exhortations, so that there was every reason to conclude he would not swerve from his purpose. Hereupon, taking my own measures, I requested a private interview with my old master, and being closeted with him, Sir, said I, allow me to throw myself at your feet, and to implore your pity. In pathetic accord with my moving accents, I prostrated myself before him, with my face all bathed in tears. The merchant, surprised at what he saw and heard, asked the cause of my distress. Remorse of conscience and repentance, answered I, but neither repentance nor remorse can ever wash out my guilt. I have been weak enough to give ear to your son, and to be his accomplice in robbing you. To this confession I added a sincere acknowledgment of all that had happened, with the particulars of my late conversation with Gaspard, whose design I laid open without the least reserve. Bad as was the opinion which old Velasquez entertained of his son, he could scarcely believe his ears. Nevertheless, finding no good reason to distrust the truth of my account, Scipio, said he, raising me from the ground, where I had till now been prostrate at his feet, I forgive you in consideration of the important notice you have communicated. Gaspard, pursued he, raising his voice up to the loudness of anguish, does Gaspard aim a blow at my life? Ah, ungrateful son, unnatural monster! Better thou hadst never been born or stifled at thy birth than to have been reared for the destruction of thy father. What plea, what object, what palliation of the atrocious deed? I furnished thee annually with a reasonable allowance for thy pleasures, and what wouldst thou have more? Must I have drained my fortune to the dregs to support thee in thy extravagance? Having vented his feelings in this bitter apostrophe, he enjoined secrecy on me, and told me to leave him alone, while he considered how to act in so delicate a conjuncture. I was very anxious to know what resolution this unhappy father would take, when on that very day he sent for Gaspard, and addressed him thus without betraying the inward emotions of his heart. My son, I have received a letter from Merida, purporting that if you are disposed to marry, you may make a match with a very fine girl of 15, with a handsome fortune in her pocket. If you have not forsworn that happy and holy estate, we will set out to-morrow morning by daybreak for Merida. You will see the lady in question, and if she hits your fancy, the business may soon be settled. Gaspard, pricking up his ears at a handsome fortune, and already fingering the cash by anticipation, answered unhesitatingly that he was ready to undertake the journey, and accordingly they departed the following day at sunrise, without attendants, mounted on good mules. Having reached the mountains of Facira, in a delightful spot for the operations of banditti, but terror-stirring to the timid souls of travellers, Balthasar dismounted, and desired his son to do likewise. The young man obeyed, but expressed his surprise at such a requisition in so lonely a place. I will tell you the reason presently, answered the old man, darting at him a look of mingled grief and anger. We are not going to Merida, and the alleged courtship was only an invention of mine for the purpose of drawing you hither. I am not ignorant, ungrateful, and unnatural son. I am not uninformed of your meditated crime. I am aware that a poison prepared by your hands was to have been administered to me. But, mad as you are, could it enter into your contemplation that my life could have been invaded with impunity by such means? How fatally mistaken! Your crime would soon have been detected, and you would have perished under the hands of the executioner. There is a safer way of glutting your fell malice without exposing yourself to an ignominious death. We are here without witnesses, and in a place where daily murders are perpetrated. Since you are so thirsty after my blood, plunge your dagger into my bosom. The assassination will naturally be laid at the door of some banditti. After these words, Balthasar, laying his breast bare, and pointing to his heart, ended with this challenge: Here, Gaspard, strike deep enough, strike home. Make me pay that forfeit for having engendered such a disgrace to human nature, and no more than what is due to so monstrous a production. Young Velasquez, struck by this reproach as by a thunderbolt, far from pleading in his own justification, fell instantly lifeless at his father's feet. The good old man, hailing the germ of repentance in this unfeigned testimony of shame, could not help yielding to paternal weakness. He made all possible haste to give his assistance, but Gaspard had no sooner recovered the use of his senses, than, unable to stand in the presence of a father so justly offended, he made an effort to raise himself from the ground, then sprang upon his mule, and galloped out of sight without saying one word. Balthasar suffered him to take his own course, and returned to Cordova, little doubting but conscience would play its part in revenging his wrongs. 6 months afterwards it appeared that the culprit had thrown himself into the Carthusian convent at Seville, there to pass the remnant of his days in penance. End of Book 10, Chapter 11. Book 10, Chapter 12 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 10, Chapter 12, Conclusion of Scipio's Story. Bad example sometimes produces the converse of itself. The behaviour of young Velasquez made me think seriously on my own predicament. I began to wrestle with my thievish propensities, and to live like one of the better sort. A confirmed habit of pouncing upon money wherever I could get it had been contracted by such a long succession of individual acts that it was no easy matter to say where it should stop. And yet I was in hopes to accomplish my own reformation, under the idea that to become virtuous a man had nothing to do but to contract the desire of being so. I therefore undertook this great work, and heaven seemed to smile upon my efforts. I left off eyeing the old draper's strong box with the carnal regard of avaricious longing. Nay, I verily believe that if it had depended on my own will and pleasure to have turned over the contents to my own use, I should have abstained from the crime of picking and stealing. It must, however, be admitted that it would have been an unadvisable measure to tempt my new-born integrity with meats too strong for its stomach, and Velasquez was nurse enough to keep me on a proper diet. Don Manriquez de Medrano, a young gentleman, knight of Alcantara, was in the habit of coming backwards and forwards to our house. He was a customer, one of our principal in point of rank, if not punctual in point of pay. I had the happiness to find favour with this knight, who never met me without that sort of notice which encouraged conversation, and with that conversation he appeared always to be very much pleased. Scipio, said he, one day, if I had a footman of your kidney, it would be as good as a fortune to me, and if you were not in the service of a man who stands so high in my regards, I should make no scruple about enticing you away. Sir, answered I, you would have very little trouble in succeeding, for I am distractedly partial to people of fashion. It is my weak side. Their free and easy manners fascinate me to the extreme of folly. That being the case, replied Don Manriquez, I will at once beg Signor Balthazar to turn you over from his household to mine. He will scarcely refuse me such a request. Accordingly, Velasquez was kind and complying, with so much the less violence to his own private feelings, as there seemed no reason to think, that if a man parted with one knavish servant, he might not easily get another in his place. To me the change was all for the better, since a tradesman's service appeared but a beggarly condition in comparison with the office of own man to a knight of Alcantara. To draw a faithful likeness of my new master, I must describe him as a gentleman, possessing every requisite of person, figure, manners, and disposition. Nor was that all, for his courage and honour were equal to his other qualities. The goods of fortune were the only good things he wanted, but being the younger son of a family more distinguished by descent than opulence, he was obliged to draw for his expenses on an old aunt living at Toledo, who loved him as her own child, and administered to his occasions with affectionate liberality. He was always well dressed, and everywhere well received. He visited the principal ladies in the city, and among others the Marchioness of Almenara. She was a widow of 72, but the centre of attraction to all the fashionable society of Cordova, by the elegance of her manners and the sprightliness of her conversation. Men as well as women laid themselves out for an introduction, because her parties conferred at once on the frequenters the patent of good company. My master was one of that lady's most assiduous courtiers. After leaving her one evening, his spirits seemed to be more elevated than was natural to him. Sir, said I, you are evidently in a good deal of agitation. May your faithful servant ask on what account? Has anything happened out of the common way? The young gallant smiled at so home a question, and owned candidly that he had just been engaged in a serious conversation with the Marchioness of Almenara. I will lay a wager, said I, laughing outright, that this moppet of 70, this girl in her second childhood, has been unfolding to you all the secret movements of a tender, susceptible heart. Do not make a jest of it, answered he, for the fact is, my friend, that the Marchioness is seriously in love with me. She told me that the narrowness of my circumstances was as well known to her as the nobility of my birth, that she had taken a liking to me, and was determined to place me at my ease by marriage, since she could not decently lay her fortune at my feet on any other terms. That this marriage would expose her to public ridicule, she professed to have considered. That scandal would be busy at her expense. In short, that she should pass for an old fool with an ambitious eye and a liquorish constitution. No matter for that. She was not to be awed from the career of her humour by quips and sentences. Her only alarm was, lest I should either make sport of her intentions, or torment her more grievously by my aversion. Such, continued the knight, was the substance of the Marchioness's declaration, and I am the more astonished at it, because she is the most prudent and sensible woman in Cordova. Wherefore I answered by expressing my surprise at her honouring me with the offer of her hand, since she had hitherto persisted in her resolution of remaining in a state of widowhood. To this she replied, that having a considerable fortune, it would give her pleasure to share it in her lifetime with a man of honour to whom she was attached. To all appearance, then, rejoined I, you have made up your mind to take a lover's leap. Can you doubt about that? Answered he. The Marchioness is immensely rich, with excellent qualities both of head and heart. It would be the extreme of folly and fastidiousness to let so advantageous a settlement slip through my fingers. I entirely approved my master's purpose of profiting by so fine an opportunity to make his fortune, and even advised him to bring the matter to a short issue for fear of a change in the wind. Happily the lady had the business more at heart than myself. Her orders were given so effectually, that the necessary forms and ceremonies were soon got over. When it became known in Cordova that the old Marchioness of Almenara was getting herself ready to be the bride of young Don Manriquez de Medrano, the wits began breaking their odd quirks and remnants in derision of the widow. But though she heard her own detractions, she did not put them to mending. The town might talk as they pleased, for when she said she would die a widow, she did not think to live till she were married. The wedding was solemnized with a publicity and splendour which furnished fresh food for evil tongues. The bride said they might at least have had the modesty to dispense with noise and ostentation, so unbecoming in an old widow who marries a young husband. The Marchioness, far enough from yielding to the suggestions of shame at her own inconsistency, or the disparity of their ages, yielded herself up without constraint to the expression of the most lively joy. She gave a grand concert and supper, with a ball afterwards, and invited all the principal families in Cordova. Just before the close of the ball, the new married couple disappeared, and were shown to an apartment where, with no other witnesses but her own maid and myself, she spoke to my master in these terms: Don Manriquez, this is your apartment. Mine is in another part of the house. We will pass the night in separate rooms, and will live together by day like mother and son." At first the knight did not know what to make of this. He thought that the lady was only trying his temper, as if her coldness must be wooed to kindness, and her love, like her pardon, not unsought, be won. Imagining, therefore, that good manners required at least the show of passion, he made his advances, and offered, according to the laws of amorous suit enacted in such cases, to assist in the disencumbering duties of her toilet. But so far from allowing him to interfere with the province of her servant, she pushed him back with a serious air, saying, "Hold, Don Manriquez, if you take me for one of those sweet-toothed old women who marry a second time from mere incontinence, you do me a manifest injustice. My proposals were not fraught with conditions of hard service as the tenure of our nuptial contract. The gift of my heart was unmixed with sensual dross, and your gratitude is only drawn upon for returns of pure and platonic friendship." After this explanation, she left my master and me in our apartment, and withdrew to her own with her attendant, forbidding the bridegroom in the most positive manner to attempt retiring with her. After her departure, it was some time before we recovered from our surprise at what we had just heard. "Scipio," said my master, "could you ever have believed that the Marchioness would have talked in such a strain? What think you of so philosophic a bride?" "I think, sir," answered I, "that she is a phoenix among the brood of Hymen. It is for all the world like a good living without parochial duties." "For my part," replied Don Manriquez, "there is nothing so much to my taste as a wife of modest pretensions, and I mean to make her amends for the trophy she has raised to unadulterated esteem by all the delicate attentions in my power to pay." We kept up the subject of the lady's moderation till it was full time to separate. My quarters were fixed in an anteroom with a bookcase bedstead, my master's in an elegant bedchamber with every appurtenance except one. But however necessary it might be to play the disappointed bridegroom, I am much mistaken if in the bottom of his soul he was half so much afraid of sleeping by himself as of being encumbered with a bedfellow. The rejoicings began again on the following day, and the bride was so jocund on the occasion that the bolts of the fools among her visitors were not soon shot. She was the first to laugh at all their pointless jokes, nay, she even set the little wits to work by giving them an example of pleasantry, which they were very little able to follow. The happy man, on his part, seemed to be very little less happy than his partner, and one would have sworn, judging by the glance of satisfaction which accompanied his language and deportment, that he liked mutton better than lamb. This well-matched pair had a second conversation in the evening, and then it was decided that without interfering in the least with one another, they should live together just on the same footing as they had lived before marriage. At all events, much credit must be given to Don Manriquez on one account. He did, from delicate consideration towards his wife, what few husbands would have done under his circumstances, for he discarded a little seamstress of whom he was very fond, and who was very fond of him, because he did not choose to keep up a connection insulting to the feelings of a lady so studious of his. While he was furnishing such unusual testimonies of gratitude to his elderly benefactress, she overpaid and doubly paid her debt of obligation, even without diving into its nature or extent. She gave him the master key of her strong box, which was better provided than that of Velasquez. Though she had reduced her establishment during widowhood, it was now replaced upon the same footing as in the lifetime of her first husband. The complement of household servants was enlarged. The stud and equipages were in the very first style. In a word, by her generosity and kindness, the most beggarly knight belonging to the order of Alcantara became the most moneyed member of the fraternity. You may perhaps be disposed to ask me how much I was in pocket by all that, and my answer is 50 pistoles from my mistress, and 100 from my master, who moreover appointed me his secretary, with a salary of 400 crowns. Nay, his confidence was so unbounded, that I was fixed on to fill the office of treasurer. Treasurer! cried I, interrupting Scipio at the very idea, and bursting into an immoderate fit of laughter. Yes, sir, replied he, with a cool, unflinching seriousness, you are perfectly right. Treasurer was the word, and I may venture to say that the duties of the office were executed without the slightest occasion for a committee of inquiry. True it is that the balance may be somewhat against me, for I was always in the habit of overdrawing my wages, and as the firm was dissolved somewhat suddenly, it is by no means impossible that the balance of my cash account might be on the wrong side, but at all events it was my last slip, and since that time my ways have been ways of uprightness and honesty. Thus was I, continued this son of a gipsy, secretary and treasurer to Don Manriquez, who to all appearance was as happy in me as I in him, when he received a letter from Toledo, announcing that his aunt, Donna Theodora Moscoso, was on her last legs. He was so much affected by the news as to set out instantly and pay his duty to that lady, who had been more than a mother to him for several years. I attended him on the journey with only 2 under-servants. We were all mounted on the best horses in the stable, and reached Toledo without loss of time, where we found Donna Theodora in a state to warrant our hopes that she would not at present weigh anchor on her outward bound voyage, and in fact our judgment on her case, though point blank in contradiction to that of an old physician who attended her, proved by the event that we knew at least as much of the matter as he did. While the health of our venerable relative was improving from day to day, less perhaps from the effect of the prescriptions than in consequence of her dear nephew's presence, your worthy friend the treasurer passed his time in the pleasantest manner possible with some young people, whose acquaintance was admirably calculated to ventilate the confined cash in his pocket. Sometimes they enticed me to the tennis court, and took me in for a game. On those occasions, not being quite so steady a player as my master, Don Abel, I lost much oftener than I won. By degrees, play became a passion with me, and if the taste had been suffered to gain complete possession, it would doubtless have laid me under the necessity of drawing bills of accommodation on the family bank. But happily love stepped in, and saved the credit both of the bank and of my principles. One day, passing along near the church of the Epiphany, I espied through a lattice with the drapery drawn up, a young girl who might well be called a thing divine, for nothing natural was ever seen so lovely. I would lay on my compliment still thicker, if words were not wanting to express the effect of her first appearance upon my mind. I set my wits to work, and by dint of diligent inquiry learned that her name was Beatrice, and that she was waiting maid to Donna Julia, younger daughter of the Count de Polan. Beatrice broke in upon the thread of Scipio's story by laughing immoderately. Then, directing her speech to my wife, "Charming Antonia," said she, "do but just look at me, I beseech you, and then say truly whether I could be likened to a thing divine." "You might at that time to my enamoured sight," said Scipio, "and since your conjugal faith is no longer under a cloud, my visual appetite increases by what it feeds on." It was a pretty compliment, and my secretary, having fired it off, pursued his narrative as follows. This intelligence kindled a flame of passion within me, but not, it must be confessed, a flame which could be acknowledged without a blush. I took it for granted that my triumph over her scruples would be easy if my biddings were high enough to command the ordinary market of female chastity. But Beatrice was a pearl beyond price. In vain did I solicit her, through the channel of some intriguing gossips, with the offer of my purse and of my most tender attentions. She rejected all my proposals with disdain. I had recourse to the lover's last remedy, and offered her my hand, which she deigned to accept on the strength of my being secretary and treasurer to Don Manriquez. As it seemed expedient to keep our marriage secret for some time, the ceremony was performed privately in presence of Dame Lorenza Sephora, Seraphina's governess, and before some others of the Count de Polan's household. After our happy union, Beatrice contrived the means of our meeting by day, and passing some part of every night together in the garden, whither I repaired through a little gate of which she gave me a key. Never were man and wife better pleased with each other than Beatrice and myself. With equal impatience did we watch for the hour of our appointment. With congenial emotions of eager sensibility did we hasten to the spot, and the moments which we passed together, though countless from their number in the calendar of cold indifference, to us were few and fleeting in comparison with that eternity of mutual bliss for which we panted. One night, a night which should be expunged from the almanac, a night of darkness and despair, contrasted with the brightness of all our former nights, I was surprised on approaching the garden to find the little gate open. This unusual circumstance alarmed me, for it seemed to augur something inauspicious to my happiness. I turned pale and trembled, as if with a foreknowledge of what was going to happen. Advancing in the dark towards a bower, where our private meetings had usually taken place, I heard a man's voice. I stopped on the instant to listen, when the following words struck like the sound of death upon my ear. "Do not keep me languishing in suspense, my dear Beatrice. Make my happiness complete, and consider that your own fortunes are closely connected with mine." Instead of having patience to hear further, it seemed as if more had been said than blood could expiate. That devil jealousy took possession of my soul. I drew my sword, and breathing only vengeance, rushed into the bower. "Ah, base seducer!" cried I, "whoever you are, you shall tear this heart from out my breast rather than touch my honour on its tenderest point." With these words on my lips, I attacked the gentleman who was talking with Beatrice. He stood upon his guard without more ado, like a man much better acquainted with the science of arms than myself, who had only received a few lessons from a fencing master at Cordova; and yet, strong as his sword arm was, I made a thrust which he could not parry, or what is more likely, his foot slipped. I saw him fall, and fancying that I had wounded him mortally, ran away as hard as my legs could carry me, without deigning to answer Beatrice, who would have called me back. "Yes, indeed," said Scipio's wife, resolved to have her share in the development of the story. "I called out for the purpose of undeceiving him. The gentleman conversing with me in the arbour was Don Ferdinand de Leyva. This nobleman, who was in love with my mistress Julia, had laid a plan for running away with her, from despair of being able to obtain her hand by any other means, and I had myself made this assignation with him in the garden, to concert measures for the elopement, and with his fortune he assured me that my own was closely linked. But it was in vain that I screamed after my husband. He darted from me as if my very touch were contamination. In such a state of mind, resumed Scipio, I was capable of anything. Those who know by experience what jealousy is, into what extravagance it drives the best regulated spirits, will be at no loss to conceive the disorder it must have produced in my weak brain. I passed in a moment from one extreme to another. Emotions of hatred succeeded instantaneously to all my former sentiments of affection for my wife. I took an oath never to see her more, and to banish her for ever from my memory. Besides, the supposed death of a man lay upon my conscience, and under that idea I was afraid of falling into the hands of justice, so that every torment which could be accumulated on the head of guilt and misery by the fury of despair and the demon of remorse was the remediless companion of my wretched flight. In this dreadful situation, thinking only of my escape, I returned home no more, but immediately quitted Toledo, with no other provision for my journey but the clothes on my back. It is true I had about 60 pistoles in my pocket, a tolerable supply for a young man, whose views in life pointed no higher than a good service. I walked forward all night, or rather ran, for the phantom of an alguazil always dogging me at the heels, made me perform wonders of pedestrian activity. The dawn overtook me between Rodillas and Maqueda. When I was at the latter town, finding myself a little weary, I went into the church, which was just opened, and having put up a short prayer, sat down on a bench to rest. I began musing on the state of my affairs, which were sufficiently out at elbows to require all my skill in patchwork, but the time for reflection as well as for repentance were cut short. The church echoed on a sudden with 3 or 4 smacks of a whip, which made me conclude that some carrier was on the road. I immediately got up to go and see whether I was right or wrong. At the door I found a man mounted on a mule, leading 2 others by the halter. "Stop, my friend," said I, "whither are those 2 mules going?" "To Madrid," answered he. "I came hither with 2 good Dominicans, and am now setting out on my return." Such an opportunity of going to Madrid gave me an itching desire for the expedition. I made my bargain with the muleteer, jumped upon one of his mules, and away we scampered towards Illescas, where we were to put up for the night. Scarcely were we out of Maqueda before the muleteer, a man from 35 to 40, began chanting the church service with a most collegiate twang. This trial of his lungs began with matins in the drowsy tone of a canon between asleep and awake. Then he roared out the belief, alternately in contralto, tenor, and bass, in all the harmonious confusion of high mass. And not content with that, he rang the bell for vespers, without sparing me a single petition or so much as a bar of the Magnificat. Though the scoundrel almost cracked the drum of my ear, I could not help laughing heartily, and even egged him on to make the welkin reverberate with his hallelujahs, when the anthem was suspended a few rests for the necessary purpose of supplying wind to the organ. "Courage, my friend," said I, "go on and prosper. If heaven has given you a good capacious throat, you are neither a niggard nor a perverter of its precious boon." "Oh, certainly not for the matter of that," cried he. "Happily for my immortal soul, I am not like carriers in general, who sing nothing but profane songs about love or drinking. I do not even defile my lips with ballads on our wars against the Moors. Such subjects are at least light and unedifying, if not licentious and impure." "You have," replied I, "an evangelical purity of heart, which belongs only to the elect among muleteers. With this excessive squeamishness of yours about the choice of your music, have you also taken a vow of continence, wherever there is a young barmaid to be picked up at an inn?" "Assuredly," rejoined he, "chastity is also a virtue by which it is my pride to ward off the temptations of the road, where my only business is to look after my mules." I was in no small degree astonished at such pious sentiments from this prodigy of psalm-singing mule drivers; so that, looking upon him as a man above the vanities and corruptions of this nether world, I fell into chat with him after he had gone the length of his tether in singing. We got to Illescas late in the day. On entering the inn yard, I left the care of the mules to my companion, and went into the kitchen, where I ordered the landlord to get us a good supper, which he promised to perform so much to my satisfaction, as to make me remember all the days of my life what usage travellers meet with at his house. "As," added he, "now only ask your carrier what sort of a man I am. By all the powers of seasoning, I would defy the best cook in Madrid or Toledo to make an olio at all to be compared to mine. I shall treat you this evening with some stewed rabbit after a receipt of my own. You will then see whether it is any boast to say that I know how to send up a supper." Thereupon, showing me a stew pan with a young rabbit, as he said, cut up into pieces, "There," continued he, "is what I mean to favour you with. When I shall have thrown in a little pepper, some salt, wine, a handful of sweet herbs, and a few other ingredients which I keep for my own sauces, you may depend on sitting down to such a dish as would not disgrace the table of a chancellor or an archbishop." The landlord, having thus done justice to his own merits, began to work upon the materials he had prepared. While he was labouring in his vocation, I went into a room where, lying down on a sort of couch, I fell fast asleep through fatigue, having taken no rest the night before. In the space of about 2 hours, the muleteer came and awakened me with the information that supper was ready, and a pressing request to take my place at table. The cloth was laid for two, and we sat down to the hashed rabbit. I played my knife and fork most manfully, finding the flavour delicious, whether from the force of hunger in communicating a candid mode of interpretation to my palate, or from the natural effect of the ingredients compounded by the cook. A joint of roast mutton was next served up. It was remarkable that the carrier only paid his respects to this last article, and I asked him why he had not taken his share of the other. He answered with a suppressed smile that he was not fond of made dishes. This reason, or rather the turn of countenance with which it was alleged, seemed to imply more than was expressed. "You have not told me," said I, "the real meaning of your not eating the fricassee. Do have the goodness to explain it at once." "Since you are so curious to be made acquainted with it," replied he, "I must own that I have an insuperable aversion to cramming my stomach with meats in masquerade, since one evening at an inn on the road between Toledo and Cuenca, they served me up, instead of a wild rabbit, a hash of tame cat, enough, of all conscience, ever after to set my intestines in battle array against all minces, stews, and force meats." No sooner had the muleteer let me into this secret, than in spite of the hunger which raged within me, my appetite left me completely in the lurch. I conceived in all the horrors of extreme loathing that I had been eating a cat dressed up as the double of a rabbit, and the fricassee had no longer any power over my senses, except by producing a strong inclination to retch. My companion did not lessen my tendency that way, by telling me that the innkeepers in Spain, as well as the pastry cooks, were very much in the habit of making that substitution. The drift of the conversation was, as you may perceive, very much in the nature of a lenitive to my stomach, so much so that I had no mind to meddle any more with the dish of undefinables, nor even to make an attack upon the roast meat, for fear the mutton should have performed its duty by deputy as well as the rabbit. I jumped up from the table, cursing the cookery, the cook, and the whole establishment. Then throwing myself down upon the sofa, I passed the night with less nausea than might reasonably have been expected. The day following with the dawn, after having paid the reckoning with as princely an air as if we had been treated like princes, away went I from Illescas, bearing my faculties so strongly impregnated with fricassee, that I took every animal which crossed the road, of whatever species or dimensions, for a cat. We got to Madrid betimes, where I had no sooner settled with my carrier than I hired a ready furnished lodging near the Sun Gate. My eyes, though accustomed to the great world, were nevertheless dazzled by the concourse of nobility which was ordinarily seen in the quarter of the court. I admired the prodigious number of carriages, and the countless list of gentlemen, pages, gentlemen's gentlemen, and plain downright footmen in the train of the grandees. My admiration exceeded all bounds on going to the king's levee, and beholding the monarch in the midst of his court. The effect of the scene was enchanting, and I said to myself, it is no wonder they should say that one must see the court of Madrid to form an adequate idea of its magnificence. I am delighted to have directed my course hither, and feel a sort of prescience within me that I shall not come away without taking fortune by surprise. I caught nothing napping, however, but my own prudence in making some thriftless, expensive acquaintance. My money oozed away in the rapid thaw of my propriety and better judgment, so that it became a measure of expedient degradation to throw away my transcendent merit on a pedagogue of Salamanca, whom some family lawsuit or other concern had brought to Madrid, where he was born, and where chance, more whimsical than wise, thrust me within the horizon of his knowledge. I became his right hand, his prime principal agent, and dogged him at the heels to the university when he returned thither. My new employer went by the name of Don Ignacio de Impina. He furnished himself with the handle of Don, inasmuch as he had been tutor to a nobleman of the first rank, who had recompensed his early services with an annuity for life. He likewise derived a snug little salary from his professorship in the university, and in addition to all this laid the public under a yearly contribution of 200 or 300 pistoles for books of uninstructive morality, which he protruded from the press periodically by weight and measure. The manner in which he worked up the shreds and patches of his composition deserves a notice somewhat more than cursory. The heavy hours of the forenoon were spent in muzzing over Hebrew, Greek, and Latin authors, and in writing down upon little squares of card every pithy sentence or striking thought which occurred in the morning's reading. According to the progress of this literary Pam, in winning tricks from the ancients, he employed me to score up his honours in the form of an Apollo's wreath. These metaphysical garlands were strung upon wire, and each garland made a pocket volume. What an execrable hash of wholesome viands did we cook up! The commandments set at loggerheads with an utter confusion of tables, Epicurean conclusions grafted on stoical premises, Tully quoting Epictetus, and Seneca supporting his antitheses on the authority of monkish rhyme. Scarcely a month elapsed without our putting forth at least 2 volumes, so that the press was kept continually groaning under the weight of our transgressions. What seemed most extraordinary of all was that these literary larcenies were palmed upon the purchasers for spick and span new wares, and if, by any strange and improbable chance, a thick-headed critic should stumble with his noodle smack against some palpable plagiarism, the author would plead guilty to the indictment and make a merit of serving up at second hand what Gellius or Tobias hashed before, though chewed by blind Scolias o'er and o'er. He was also a great commentator, and filled his notes chuck full of so much erudition as to multiply whole pages of discussion upon what homely common sense would have consigned to the brief alternative of a query. Disputes of me or te or ought at, to sound or sink in cano, o or a, or give up Cicero to C or K. As almost every author, ethical and didactic, from Hesiod down to himself, took his turn to dangle on some one or other of our manuscript garlands, it was impossible for me not to suck in somewhat of sage nurture from so copious a stream of philosophy. It would be rank ingratitude to shift off my obligation. My handwriting also became strictly and decidedly legible by dint of continual transcription. My estate was more that of a pupil than of a servant, and my morals were not neglected, while my mind was polished, and my faculties raised above their former level. Scipio, he used to say, when he chanced to hear of any serving lad with more cunning than honesty in his dealings, "Beware, my good boy, how you take after the evil example of that graceless villain." The honour of a servant is his fidelity. His highest virtues are submission and obedience. Be studious of thy master's interests, be diligent in his affairs, and faithful to the trust which he reposeth in thee. Thy time and thy labour belong unto him. Defraud him not thereof, for he payeth thee for them. To sum up all, Don Ignacio lost no opportunity of leading me on in the path of virtue, and his prudent counsels sank so deep into my heart as to keep under anything like even the slightest wish of playing him a rogue's trick during the 15 months which I spent in his service. I have already mentioned that Dr. de Apina was a native of Madrid. He had a relation there by name Catalina, waiting maid to the lady, who officiated as nurse to the heir apparent. This Abigail, the same through whose intervention I got Signor de Santillane released from the Tower of Segovia, intent on rendering a service to Don Ignacio, prevailed with her mistress to petition the Duke of Lerma for some preferment. The minister named him for the archdeaconry of Granada, which, as a conquered country, is in the king's gift. We repaired immediately to Madrid on receiving the intelligence, as the doctor wished to thank his patronesses before he took possession of his benefice. I had more than one opportunity of seeing Catalina and conversing with her. The cheerful turn of my temper, and a certain easy air of good company, were altogether to her taste. For my part, I found her so much to my liking, that I could not help saying yes to the little advances of partiality which she made in my favour. In short, we got to feel very kindly towards each other. You must not write a comment with your nails, my dear Beatrice, on this episode in the romance of my amours, because I was firmly persuaded of your inconstancy, and you will allow that heresy, though impious, being also blind, my penance may reasonably be remitted on sincere conversion. In the meantime, Dr. Ignacio was making ready to set out for Granada. His relation and myself, out of our wits at the impending separation, had recourse to an expedient which rescued us from its horrors. I shammed illness, complained of my head, complained of my chest, and made a characteristic wry face for every pain and ache in the catalogue of human infirmities. My master called in a physician, who told me with a grave face, after putting his questions in the usual course, that my complaint was of a much more serious nature than might appear to unprofessional observation, and that, according to all present likelihood, I should keep my chamber a long time. The doctor, impatient to take possession of his preferment, did not think it quite so well to delay his departure, but chose rather to hire another boy. He therefore contented himself with handing me over to the care of a nurse, with whom he left a sum of money to bury me if I should die, or to remunerate me for my services if I should recover. As soon as I knew Don Ignacio to be safe on the road for Granada, I was cured of all my maladies. I got up, made my final bow to the physician, who had evinced so thorough a knowledge of my case, and fairly turned my nurse out of doors, who made her retreat good, with baggage and ammunition, to the amount of more than half the sum for which she ought to have accounted with me. While I was enacting the sick man, Catalina was playing another part about the person of her mistress, Donna Anna de Guevra, into whose conception, having by dint of many a wordy process inserted the notion that I was the man of all others ready cut and dry for an intrigue, she induced her to choose me for one of her agents. The royal and most catholic nurse, whose genius for great undertakings was either produced or exasperated by the love of great possessions, having occasion for suitable ministers, received me among her hangers-on, and lost no opportunity of ascertaining how far I was for her purpose. She confided some commissions to my care, which, vanity apart, call for no little address, and what they call for was ready at hand. Accordingly, she gave me all possible credit for the diligent execution of my office, while my discontent swelled high against her for fobbing me off with the cold recompense of approbation. The good lady was so abominably avaricious as not to give me a working partner's share in the profits of my industry, nor to allow for the wear and tear of my conscience. She seemed inclined to consider that by paying me my wages, all the requisitions of Christian charity were made good between us. This excess of illiberal economy would soon have parted us, had it not been for the fascination of Catalina's gentle virtues, who became more desperately in love with me from day to day, and completed the paroxysm by a formal proposal of marriage. Fair and softly, my pretty friend, said I, we must look before we leap into that bottomless gulf. The first point to be settled is to ascertain the death of a young woman who obtained the refusal before you, and made me supremely happy, for no other purpose but to anticipate the purgatory of an intermediate state in the present. All a mere sham, a put off, answered Catalina. You swear you are married only by way of throwing a genteel veil over your abhorrence of my person and manners. In vain did I call all the powers to witness that what I said was solemnly true. My sincere avowal was considered as a mere copy of my countenance. The lady was grievously offended, and changed her whole behaviour in regard to me. There was no downright quarrel, but our tender intercourse became visibly more rigid and unaccommodating, so that nothing further took place between us but cold formality and commonplace attentions. Just at the nick of time, I heard that Signor Gil Blas de Santillane, secretary to the prime minister of the Spanish monarchy, wanted a servant, and the situation was the more flattering, as it bore the bell among all the vacancies of the court register office. Signor de Santillane, they told me, was one of the first men high in favour with the Duke of Lerma, and consequently in the direct road to fortune. His heart, too, was cast in the mould of generosity. By doing his business, you most assuredly did your own. The opportunity was too good to be neglected. I went and offered myself to Signor Gil Blas, to whom I felt my heart grow from the first; for my sentiments were fixed by the turn of his physiognomy. There could be no question about leaving the royal and most catholic nurse for him, and it is to be hoped I shall never have any other master." Here ended Scipio's story, but he continued speaking, and addressed himself to me. "Signor de Santillane, do me the favour to assure those ladies that you have always known me for a faithful and zealous servant. Your testimony will stand me in good stead, and vouch for a sincere reformation in the son of Coselina." "Yes, lady," said I, "it is even so. Though Scipio in his childhood was a very scapegrace, he has been born anew, and is now the exact model of a trusty domestic. Far from having any complaints to make against him, my debt is infinite. On the fatal night when I was carried off to the Tower of Segovia, he saved my effects from pillage, and refunded what he might have taken to himself with impunity. Not contented with rescuing my worldly pelf, he came out of pure friendship, and shut himself up with me in my prison, preferring the melancholy sympathies of adverse fortune to all the charms of lusty, buoyant liberty." End of Book 10, Chapter 12. Book 11, Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 1, containing the subject of the greatest joy that Gil Blas ever felt, followed up, as our greatest pleasures too generally are, by the most melancholy event of his life. Great changes at court, producing, among other important revolutions, the return of Santillane. I have observed already that Antonia and Beatrice understood one another perfectly well, the latter falling meekly and modestly into the trammels of an humble attendant on her lady, and the former taking very kindly to the rank of a mistress and superior. Scipio and myself were husbands too rich in nature's gifts, and in the affections of our spouses, not very soon to have the satisfaction of becoming fathers. Our lasses were as women wish to be who love their lords, almost at the same moment. Beatrice's time was up first. She was safely delivered of a daughter, and in a few days afterwards Antonia completed the general joy by presenting me with a son. I sent my secretary to Valencia with the welcome tidings. The governor came to Lirias with Seraphina and the Marchioness de Pliego to be present at the baptismal ceremony, for he made it his pleasure to add this testimony of affection to all his former kindnesses. As that nobleman stood godfather, and the Marchioness godmother to my son, he was named Alfonso, and the governor's lady, wishing to draw the bonds of sponsorship still closer in this friendly party, stood for Scipio's daughter, to whom we gave the name of Seraphina. The rejoicings at the birth of my son were not confined to the mansion house. The villagers of Lirias celebrated the event by festivities, which were meant as a grateful token to prove how much the little neighbourhood partook in all the satisfactions of their landlord. But, alas! our carousals were of short continuance, or, to speak more suitably to the subject, they were turned into weeping, wailing, and lamentation, by a catastrophe which more than 20 years have not been sufficient to blot from my memory, nor will future time, however distant, make me think of it, but with the bitterest retrospect. My son died, and his mother, though perfectly recovered from her confinement, very soon followed him. A violent fever carried off my dear wife after we had been married 14 months. Let the reader conceive, if he is equal to the task, the grief with which I was overwhelmed. I fell into a stupid insensibility, and felt my loss so severely as to seem not to feel it at all. I remained in this condition for 5 or 6 days, in an obstinate determination to take no nourishment, and I verily believe that, had it not been for Scipio, I should either have starved myself, or my heart would have burst. But my secretary, well knowing how to accommodate himself to the turnings and windings of the human heart, contrived to cheat my sorrows by falling in with their tone and tenor. He was artful enough to reconcile me to the duty of taking food, by serving up soups and lighter fare with so disconsolate an arrangement of features, that it looked as if he urged me to the revolting employment, not so much to preserve my life, as to perpetuate and render immortal my affliction. This affectionate servant wrote to Don Alphonso to let him know of the misfortune which had happened to me, and my lamentable condition in consequence. That tender-hearted and compassionate nobleman, that generous friend, very soon repaired to Lirias. I cannot recall the moment when he first presented himself to my view, without even now being sensibly affected. "My dear Santillane," said he, embracing me, "I am not come to offer you impertinent consolation, but to weep over Antonia with you, as you would have wept with me over Seraphina, had the hand of death snatched her from me." In good truth, his tears bore testimony to his sincerity, and his sighs were blended with mine in the most friendly sympathy. Though overwhelmed with my affliction, I felt in the most lively manner the kindness of Don Alphonso. The governor had a long conversation with Scipio respecting the measures to be taken for overcoming my despair. They judged it best to remove me for some time from Lirias, where every object incessantly brought back to my mind the image of Antonia. On this account, the son of Don Caesar proposed carrying me back with him to Valencia, and my secretary seconded the plan with so many unanswerable arguments, that I made no further opposition. I left Scipio and his wife on my estate, where my longer stay could have produced no other effect but that of aggravating and enhancing all my sorrows, and took my own departure with the governor. On my arrival at Valencia, Don Caesar and his daughter-in-law spared no exertions to divert my sorrows from perpetual brooding. They plied me alternately with every sort of amusement, the most proper to turn the current of my thoughts to passing objects. But in spite of all their pains, I remained plunged in melancholy, whence they were incompetent to draw me out. Nor was it for want of Scipio's kind attentions that my peace of mind was still so hopeless. He was continually going back and forth between Lirias and Valencia to inquire after me, and his journey home was cheerful or gloomy, in proportion as he found more or less disposition in me to listen to the words of comfort, and to reward the affectionate solicitude of my friends. He came one morning into my room. "Sir," said he, with a great deal of agitation in his manner, "a report is current about town, in which the whole monarchy is deeply interested. It is said that Philip III has departed this life, and that the prince, his son, is actually seated on the throne. To this it is added, that the Cardinal Duke of Lerma has lost the premiership, that he is even forbidden to appear at court, and that Don Gaspard de Guzman, Count of Olivares, is actually at the head of the administration." I felt a little agitated by this sudden change, without knowing why. Scipio caught at this manifestation, and asked whether the veering of the wind in the political horizon might not blow me some good. "How is that possible? What good can it blow me, my worthy friend?" answered I. "The court and I have shaken hands once for all. The revolutions which may take place there are all alike indifferent to me." "For a man at your time of life," replied that cunning son of a diviner, "you are uncommonly mortified to all the uses of this world. Under your circumstances, my curiosity would be all alive. I should go to Madrid, and show my face to the young monarch, just to see whether he would recollect it, merely for the amusement of the thing." "I understand you," said I. "You would have me return to court, and try my fortune again; or rather you would plunge me back into the gulf of avarice and ambition. Why should such baleful passions any more take possession of your breast?" rejoined Scipio. "Do not so much play the calumniator on your own virtue. I will answer for your firmness to yourself. The sound moral reflections which your disgrace has occasioned you to make on the vanities of a court life are a sufficient security against all the dangers to be feared from that quarter. Embark boldly once again upon an ocean, where you are acquainted with every shoal and rock in the dangerous navigation. Hold your tongue, you flatterer, said I, with a smile of no very positive discouragement. Are you weary of seeing me lead a retired and tranquil life? I thought my repose had been more dear to you. Just at this period of our conversation, Don Caesar and his son came in. They confirmed the news of the king's death, as well as the Duke of Lerma's misfortune. It appeared, moreover, that this minister, having requested permission to retire to Rome, had not been able to obtain it, but was ordered to confine himself to his marquisate at Denia. On this, as if they had been in league with my secretary, they advised me to go to Madrid and offer my congratulations to the new king, as one of his former acquaintances, with the merit of having rendered him even such services as the great are apt to reward more willingly than some which are performed with cleaner hands. For my part, said Don Alphonso, I have no doubt but they will be liberally acknowledged. Philip IV is bound in honour to pay the Prince of Spain's debts. I consider the affair just in the same light as you do, said Don Caesar, and Santillane's visit to court will doubtless prove the occasion of his arriving at the very first employments. In good truth, my noble friends, exclaimed I, you do not consider what you are talking about. It should seem, were one to give ear to the soothing words of you both, as if I had nothing to do but to show my face at Madrid, and receive the key of office, or some foreign government for my pains. But you are egregiously mistaken. I am, on the contrary, well persuaded that the king would pass me over as a stranger, were I to throw myself in his way. I will make the experiment, if you wish it, merely for the sake of undeceiving you. The lords of Leyva took me at my word, so that I could not help promising them to set out without loss of time for Madrid. No sooner did my secretary perceive my mind fully made up to the prosecution of this journey, than his ecstasies were wound up to the highest pitch. He was satisfied within himself that if I did but present my excellent person before the new monarch, he would immediately single me out from the crowd of political candidates, and weigh me down under a load of dignities and emoluments. On the strength of these conjectures, puffing himself out and amusing his fancy with the most splendid extravagances of device, he raised me up to the first offices of the state, and pushed forward his own preferment in the path of my exaltation. I therefore made my arrangements for returning to court, without the most distant intention of again sacrificing at the shrine of fortune, but merely to convince Don Caesar and his son of their error, in imagining that I was at all likely to ingratiate myself with the sovereign. It is true that there was some little lurking vanity at the bottom of all my philosophy, sprouting up in the shape of a desire to ascertain whether my royal master would throw away a thought on me, now in the spring time of his new and blushing honours. Led out of that course solely by that tempter, curiosity, without a dream of hope, or any practical contrivance for turning the new reign to my own individual advantage, I set out for Madrid with Scipio, consigning the management of my household to Beatrice, who was well skilled in all the arts of domestic economy. End of Book 11, Chapter 1. Book 11, Chapter 2 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 2. Gil Blas arrives in Madrid and makes his appearance at court. The king is blessed with a better memory than most of his courtiers, and recommends him to the notice of his prime minister. Consequences of that recommendation. We got to Madrid in less than 8 days, Don Alphonso having given us 2 of his best horses, that we might lose no time on the road. We alighted at a ready furnished lodging, where I had lived formerly, kept by Vincent Ferrero, my old landlord, who was uncommonly glad to see me again. As this man prided himself on being in the secret of whatever was going forward either in court or city, I asked him after the best news. There is plenty of it, whether best or worst, answered he. Since the death of Philip III, the friends and partisans of the Cardinal Duke of Lerma have been moving heaven and earth to support his eminence on the pinnacle of ministerial authority, but their efforts have been ineffectual. The Count of Olivarez has carried the day, in spite of all their industry. It is alleged that Spain will be no loser by the exchange, and that the present premier is possessed of a genius so extensive, a mind so capacious, that he would be competent to wield the machine of universal government. New brooms, they say, sweep clean, but at all events you may take this for certain, that the public is fully impressed with a very favourable opinion of his capacity. We shall see by and by whether the Duke of Lerma's situation is well or ill filled up. Ferrero, having got his tongue into the right train for wagging, gave me all the particulars of all the changes which had taken place at court since the Count of Olivarez had taken his seat at the helm of the state vessel. 2 days after my arrival at Madrid, I repaired to the royal palace after my dinner, and threw myself in the king's way as he was crossing the lobby to his closet. But his notice was not at all attracted by my appearance. Next day I returned to the same place with no better success. On the third day he looked me full in the face as he passed by, but the stare was perfectly vacant, as far as my interest or my vanity was concerned. This being the case, I resolved in my own mind what was proper to be done. You see, said I to Scipio, who accompanied me, that the king is grown out of my recollection, or if his memory is not become more frail with the elevation of his circumstances, he has some private reasons for not choosing to renew the acquaintance. I think we cannot do better than make our way back as fast as possible for Valencia. Let us not be in too great a hurry for that, sir, answered my secretary. You know better than myself, having served a long apprenticeship, that there is no getting on at court without patience and perseverance. Be indefatigable in exhibiting your person to the prince's regards. By dint of forcing yourself on his observation, you will oblige him to ask himself the question who this assiduous frequenter of his haunts can possibly be, when memory must come to his aid, and trace the features of his cheapener in the purchase of the lovely Catalina's good graces. That Scipio might have nothing to reproach me with, I so far lent myself to his wishes as to continue the same proceeding for the space of 3 weeks. When at length it happened one day that the monarch, noticing the frequency of my appearance, sent for me into his presence. I went into the closet, not without some perturbation of mind at the idea of a private interview with my sovereign. Who are you? Said he. Your features are not altogether strange to me. Where have I seen you? Please your majesty, answered I, trembling, I had the honour of escorting you one night with the Count of Limas to the house of— Ah! I recollect it perfectly, cried the prince, as if a sudden light had broke in upon him. You were the Duke of Lerma's secretary, and if I am not mistaken, your name is Santillane. I have not forgotten that on the occasion alluded to you served me with a most commendable zeal, but received a left-handed recompense for your exertions. Did you not get into prison at the conclusion of the adventure? Yes, please your majesty, replied I. My confinement in the Tower of Segovia lasted 6 months, but your goodness was exercised in procuring my release. That, replied he, does not cancel my debt to my faithful servant Santillane. It is not enough to have restored him to liberty, for I ought to make him ample amends for the evils which he has suffered on the score of his alacrity in my concerns. Just as the prince was uttering these words, the Count of Olivarez came into the closet. The nerves of favourites are shaken by every breath, their irritability excited by every trifle. He was as much astonished as any favourite need be at the sight of a stranger in that place, and the king redoubled his wondering propensities by the following recommendation. Count, I consign this young man to your care. Employ him, and let me find that you provide for his advancement." The minister affected to receive this order with the most gracious acquiescence, but looked me over from head to foot with a glance from the corner of his eye, and was on tenterhooks to find out who had been so strangely saddled upon him. "Go, my friend," added the sovereign, addressing himself to me, and waving his hand for me to withdraw. "The Count will not fail to avail himself of your services in a manner the most conducive to the interests of my government, and the establishment of your own fortunes." I immediately went out of the closet, and made the best of my way to the son of Coselina, who, being overrun with impatience to inquire what the king had been talking about, fumbled at his fingers' ends, and was all over in an agitation. His first question was, whether we were to return to Valencia, or become a part of the court. "You shall form your own conclusions," answered I, at the same time delighting him with an account, word for word, of the little conversation I had just held with the monarch. "My dear master," said Scipio at once, in the excess of his joy, "will you take me for your almanac maker another time? You must acknowledge that we were not in the wrong. The lords of Leyva and myself have our eye teeth about us. A journey to Madrid was the only measure to be adopted in such a case. Already I anticipate your appointment to an eminent post. You will turn out to be some time or other a Calderona to the Count of Olivarez." "That is by no means the object of my ambition," observed I in return. "The employment is placed on too rugged an eminence to excite any longings in my mind. I could wish for a good situation, where there could be no inducement to do what might go against my conscience, and where the favours of my prince are not likely to be bartered away for filthy lucre. Having experienced my own unfitness for the possession of patronage, I cannot be sufficiently on my guard against the inroads of avarice and ambition." "Never think about that, sir," replied my secretary. "The minister will give you some handsome appointment, which you may fill without any impeachment of your integrity or independence." Induced more by Scipio's importunity than my own curiosity, I repaired the following day before sunrise to the residence of the Count d'Olivarez, having been informed that every morning, whether in summer or winter, he gave audience by candlelight to all comers. I ensconced myself modestly in a corner of the saloon, and from my lurking place took especial notice of the Count when he made his appearance, for I had marked his person but cursorily in the king's closet. He was above the middle stature, and might pass for fat in a country where it is a rarity to see any but lean subjects. His shoulders were so high as to look exactly as if he was hump-backed, but appearances were slanderous; for his blade bones, though inelegant, were a pair. His head, which was large enough to be capacious, dropped down upon his chest by the unwieldiness of its own weight. His hair was black and unconscious of a curl, his face lengthened, his complexion olive coloured, his mouth retiring inwards, with the sharp pointed turn-up chin of a pantaloon. This whole arrangement of structure and symmetry did not exactly make up the complete model of a nobleman according to the ideas of ancient art. Nevertheless, as I believed him to be in a temper of mind favourable to the gratification of my wishes, I looked at his defects with an indulgent eye, and found him a man very much to my satisfaction. One of the best points about him was, that he received the public at large with the utmost affability and complacency, holding out his hand for petitions with as much good humour as if he were the person to be obliged, and this was a sufficient set off against anything untoward in the expression of his countenance. In the meantime, when in my turn I came forward to pay my respects and make myself known to him, he darted at me a glance of rude dislike and frightful menace; then turning his back, without condescending to give me audience, retired into his closet. Then it was that the ugliness of this nobleman's features appeared in all the extravagance of caricature, so that I made the best of my way out of the saloon, thunderstruck at so savage a reception, and quite at a loss how to conjecture what might be the consequence. Having got back to Scipio, who was waiting for me at the door, Can you guess at all, said I, what sort of a greeting mine was? No, answered he, not as to the minute particulars, but with respect to the substance, easily enough. The minister, ready upon all occasions to fall in with the fancies of his royal master, must of course have made you a handsome offer of an ostensible and lucrative situation. That is all you know about the matter, replied I, and then went on to acquaint him circumstantially with all that passed. He listened to me with serious attention, and then said, the Count could not have recollected your person, or rather he must have been deceived by a fortuitous resemblance between you and some impertinent suitor. I would advise you to try another interview. I will lay a wager he will look on you more kindly. I adopted my secretary's suggestion, and stood for a second time in the presence of the minister, but he, behaving to me still worse than at first, puckered up his features the moment my unlucky countenance came within his ken, just as if it was connected with some lodged hate and certain loathing, which of force swayed him to offend, himself being offended. After this significant demonstration, he turned away his glaring eyeballs, and withdrew without uttering a word. I was stung to the quick by so hostile a treatment, and in a humour to set out immediately on my return to Valencia. But to that project Scipio uniformly opposed his steady objections, not knowing how for the life of him to part with those flattering hopes which fancy had engendered in his brain. Do you not see plainly, said I, that the Count wishes to drive me away from court? The monarch has testified in his presence some sort of favourable intention towards me, and is not that enough to draw down upon me the thorough hatred of the monarch's favourite? Let us drive before the wind, my good comrade. Let us make up our minds to put quietly into port, and leave the open sea and the honours of the flag in the possession of an enemy with whom we are too feeble to contend. Sir, answered he, in high resentment against the Count of Olivarez, I would not strike so easily. I would go and complain to the king of the contempt in which his minister held his recommendation. Bad advice indeed, my friend, said I, to take so imprudent a step as that would soon bring bitter repentance in the train of its consequences. I do not even know whether it is safe for me to remain any longer in this town. At this hint my secretary communed a little with his own thoughts, and considering that in point of fact we had to do with a man who kept the key of the Tower of Segovia in his pocket, my fears became naturalized in his breast. He no longer opposed my earnest desire of leaving Madrid, and I determined to take my measures accordingly on the very next day. End of Book 11, Chapter 2. Book 11, Chapter 3 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 3. The project of retirement is prevented, and Joseph Navarro brought upon the stage again by an act of signal service. On my way home to my lodgings, I met Joseph Navarro, whom the reader will recollect as on the establishment of Don Balthazar de Zuniga, and one of my old friends. I made my bow first at a distance, then went up to him, and asked whether he knew me again, and if he would still be so good as to speak to a wretch who had repaid his friendship with ingratitude. You acknowledge then, said he, that you have not behaved very handsomely by me. Yes, answered I, and you are fully justified in laying on your reproaches thick and threefold. I deserve them all, unless indeed my guilt may be thought to have been atoned by the remorse of conscience attendant on it. Since you have repented of your misconduct, replied Navarro, embracing me, I ought no longer to hold it in remembrance. For my part, I knew not how to hug Joseph close enough in my arms, and we both of us resumed our original kind feelings towards one another. He had heard of my imprisonment and the derangement of my affairs, but of what followed he was totally ignorant. I informed him of it, relating word for word my conversation with the king, without suppressing the minister's late ungracious reception of me, any more than my present purpose of retiring into my favourite obscurity. Beware of removing from the scene of action, said he. Since the sovereign has shown a disposition to befriend you, there are always uses to be made of such a circumstance. Between ourselves, the Count of Olivarez has something rather unaccountable in his character. He is a very good sort of nobleman, but rather whimsical withal. Sometimes, as on the present occasion, he acts in a most offensive manner, and none but himself can furnish a clue to disentangle the intricate thread of his motives and their results. But however this may be, or whatever reasons might have swayed him to give you so scurvy a reception, keep your footing here, and do not budge. He will not be able to hinder you from thriving under the royal shelter and protection. Take my word for that. I will just give a hint upon the subject this evening to Signor Don Balthasar de Zuniga, my master. He is uncle to the Count of Olivarez, and shares with him in the toils and cares of office. Navarro, having given me this assurance, inquired where I lived, and then we parted. It was not long before we met again, for he came to call on me the very next day. Signor de Santillane, said he, you are not without a protector. My master will lend you his powerful support. On the strength of the good character which I have given your lordship, he has promised to speak to his nephew, the Count of Olivarez, in your behalf, and I doubt not but he will effectually prepossess him in your favour. My friend Navarro, not meaning to serve me by halves, introduced me 2 days afterwards to Don Balthasar, who said with a gracious air, Signor de Santillane, your friend Joseph has pronounced your panegyric in terms which have won me over completely to your interest. I made a low obeisance to Signor de Zuniga, and answered that to the latest period of my life I should entertain the most lively sense of my obligation to Navarro for having secured to me the protection of a minister who was considered, and that for the best reasons possible, as the presiding genius, the greater luminary, or as it were the eye and mind of the ministerial council. Don Balthasar, at this unexpected stroke of flattery, clapped me on the shoulder with an approving chuckle, and returned my compliment by a more significant intimation. You may call on the Count of Olivarez again to-morrow, and then you will have more reason to be pleased with him. For the third time, therefore, did I make my appearance before the prime minister, who, picking me out from among the mob of suitors, cast upon me a look conveying with it a simper of welcome, from which I ventured to draw a good omen. This is all as it should be, said I to myself. The uncle has brought the nephew to his proper bearings. I no longer anticipated any other than a favourable reception, and my confidence was fully justified. The Count, after having given audience to the promiscuous crowd, took me with him into his closet, and said with a familiar address, My friend Santillane, you must excuse the little disquietude I have occasioned you merely for my own amusement. It was done in sport, though it was death to you, for the sole purpose of practising on your discretion, and observing to what measures your disgust and disappointment would incite you. Doubtless you must have concluded that your services were displeasing to me, but on the contrary, my good fellow, I must confess frankly, that as far as appears at present, you are perfectly to my mind. Though the king, my master, had not enjoined me to take charge of your fortunes, I should have done so of my own free choice. Besides, my uncle Don Balthasar de Zuniga, to whom I can refuse nothing, has requested me to consider you as a man for whom he particularly interests himself. That alone would be enough to fix my confidence in you, and make me most sincerely your friend. This outset of my career produced so lively an impression on my feelings, that they became unintelligibly tumultuous. I threw myself at the minister's feet, who insisted on my rising immediately, and then went on to the following effect. Return hither to-day after dinner, and ask for my steward. He will acquaint you with the orders which I shall have given him. With these words, his excellency broke up the conference to hear mass, according to his constant custom every day after giving audience. He then attended the king's levee. End of Book 11, Chapter 3. Book 11, Chapter 4 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 4, Gil Blas ingratiates himself with the Count of Olivarez. I did not fail returning after dinner to the Prime Minister's house and asking for his steward, whose name was Don Raymond Caporis. No sooner had I made myself known than, paying his civilities to me in the most respectful manner, "Sir," said he, "follow me if you please. I am to do myself the honour of showing you the way to the apartment which is ordered for you in this family." Having spoken thus, he led me up a narrow staircase to a gallery communicating with 5 or 6 rooms, which composed the second story belonging to one wing of the house, and were furnished neatly, but without ostentation. "You behold," resumed he, "the lodging assigned you by his lordship, where you will always have a table of 6 persons, kept at his expense. You will be waited on by his own servants, and there will always be a carriage at your command. But that is not all. His Excellency insisted on it in the most pointed manner, that you should be treated in every respect with the same attention as if you belonged to the house of Guzman." "What the devil is the meaning of all this?" said I within myself. "What construction ought I to put upon all these honours? Is there not some humorous prank at the bottom of it? And must it not be more in the way of diversion than anything else, that the minister is flattering me up with so imposing an establishment?" While I was ruminating in this uncertainty, fluctuating between hope and fear, a page came to let me know that the Count was asking for me. I waited instantly on his lordship, who was quite alone in his closet. "Well, Santillane," said he, "are you satisfied with your rooms, and with my orders to Don Raymond?" "Your Excellency's liberality," answered I, "seems out of all proportion with its object, so that I receive it with fear and trembling." "Why so?" replied he. "Can I be too lavish of distinction to a man whom the king has committed to my care, and for whose interests he especially commanded me to provide? No, that is impossible, and I do no more than my duty in placing you on a footing of respectability and consequence. No longer, therefore, let what I do for you be a subject of surprise, but rely on it that splendour in the eye of the world and the solid advantages of accumulating wealth are equally within your grasp, if you do but attach yourself as faithfully to me as you did to the Duke of Lerma. But now that we are on the subject of that nobleman," continued he, "it is said that you lived on terms of personal intimacy with him. I have a strong curiosity to learn the circumstances which led to your first acquaintance, as well as in what department you acted under him. Do not disguise or gloss over the slightest particular, for I shall not be satisfied without a full, true, and circumstantial recital." Then it was that I recollected in what an embarrassing predicament I stood with the Duke of Lerma on a similar occasion, and by what line of conduct I extricated myself. That same course I adopted once again with the happiest success, whereby the reader is to understand that throughout my narrative I softened down the passages likely to give umbrage to my patron, and glanced with a superficial delicacy over transactions which would have reflected but little lustre on my own character. I likewise manifested a considerate tenderness for the Duke of Lerma, though by giving that fallen favourite no quarter, I should better have consulted the taste of him whom I wished to please. As for Don Rodrigo de Calderona, there I laid about me with the religious fury of a bishop in a battle. I brought together and displayed in the most glaring colours all the anecdotes I had been able to pick up respecting his corrupt practices and underhand dealing in the sale of promotions, military, ecclesiastical, and civil. "What you have told me about Calderona," cried the minister with eagerness, "exactly squares with certain memorials which have been presented to me, containing the heads of charges still more seriously affecting his character. He will very soon be put upon his trial, and if you have any wish to glut your revenge by his ruin, I am of opinion that the object of your desire is near at hand. I am far from thirsting after his blood, said I, though, had it depended on him, mine might have been shed in the Tower of Segovia, where he was the occasion of my taking lodgings for a pretty long term. What? Inquired his Excellency. Was it Don Rodrigo who procured you that sudden journey? This is a part of the story of which I was not aware before. Don Balthasar, to whom Navarro gave a summary of your adventures, told me indeed that the late king gave orders for your commitment, as a mark of his indignation against you for having led the Prince of Spain astray, and taken him to a house of suspicious character in the night. But that is all I know of the matter, and cannot for the life of me conjecture what part Calderona could possibly have had to play in that tragi-comedy. A principal part, whether on the stage or in real life, answered I, that of a jealous lover, taking vengeance for an injury sustained in the tenderest point. At the same time I related minutely all the facts with which the reader is already acquainted, and touched his risible propensities, difficult as they were of access, so exactly in the right place that he could not help wagging his underhung jaw in a paroxysm of humour-stricken ecstasy, and laughing till he cried again. Catalina's double cast in the drama delighted him exceedingly. Her sometimes playing the niece, and sometimes personating the granddaughter, seemed to tickle his fancy more than anything, nor was he altogether inattentive to the appearance which the Duke of Lerma made in this undignified farce of state. When I had finished my story, the Count gave me leave to depart, with an assurance that on the next day he would not fail to make trial of my talents for business. I ran immediately to the family hotel of Zuniga to thank Don Balthasar for his good offices, and to acquaint my friend Joseph with the favourable dispositions of the prime minister, and my brilliant prospects in consequence. End of Book 11, Chapter 4. Book 11, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 5, The Private Conversation of Gil Blas with Navarro, and his first employment in the service of the Count d'Olivares. As soon as I got to the ear of Joseph, I told him with much trepidation of spirits what a world of topics I had to deposit in his private ear. He took me where we might be alone, when I asked him, after having communicated a key to the whole transaction up to the present time, what he thought of the business as it stood. I think, answered he, that you are in a fair way to make an enormous fortune. Everything turns out according to your wishes. You have made yourself acceptable to the prime minister, and what must be taken for something in the account, I can render you the same service as my uncle Melchior de la Ronda, when you attached yourself to the archiepiscopal establishment of Granada. He spared you the trouble of finding out the weak side of that prelate and his principal officers, by discovering their different characters to you, and it is my purpose, after his example, to bring you perfectly acquainted with the Count, his lady Countess, and their only daughter, Donna Maria de Guzman. The minister's parts are quick, his judgment penetrating, and his talents altogether calculated for the formation of extensive projects. He affects the credit of universal genius on the strength of a showy smattering in general science, so that there is no subject, in his own opinion, too difficult to be decided on his mere authority. He sets himself up for a practical lawyer, a complete general, and a politician of thorough-paced sagacity. Add to all this, that he is so obstinately wedded to his own opinions, as unchangeably to persevere in the path of his own chalking out to the absolute contempt of better advice, for fear of seeming to be influenced by any good sense or intelligence, but what he would be thought to engross in the resources of his own mind. Between ourselves, this blot in his character may produce strange consequences, which it may be well for the monarchy, should indulgent Heaven for the defective human means avert. As for his talents in counsel, he shines in debate by the force of natural eloquence, and would write as well as he speaks if he did not injudiciously affect a certain dignity of style, which degenerates into affectation, quaintness, and obscurity. His modes of thinking are peculiar to himself. He is capricious in conduct and visionary in design. Here you have the picture of his mind, the light and shade of his intellectual merits. The qualities of his heart and disposition remained to be delineated. He is generous and warm in his friendships. It is said that he is revengeful, but would he be a Spaniard if he were otherwise? In addition to this, he has been accused of ingratitude for having driven the Duke of Uzeda and Friar Louis Aliaga into banishment, though he owed them, according to common report, obligations of the most binding nature, and yet even this must not be looked into so narrowly under his circumstances. There are few breasts capacious enough to afford house room for two such opposite inmates as political ambition and gratitude. Donna Agnes de Zuniga A. Velasco, Countess of Olivares, continued Joseph, is a lady to whom it is impossible to impute more than one fault, but that is a huge one, for it consists in making a market, and a market the most exorbitant in its terms, of her natural influence over the mind of her husband. As for Donna Maria de Guzman, who, beyond all dispute, is at this moment the very first match in Spain, she is a lady of first-rate accomplishments, and absolutely idolized by her father. Regulate your conduct upon these hints, make your court with art and plausibility to these two ladies, and let it appear as if you were more devoted to the Count of Olivares than ever you were to the Duke of Lerma before your forced excursion to Segovia. You will become a leading and powerful member of the administration. I should advise you, moreover, added he, to see my master, Don Balthazar, from time to time, for though you have no longer any occasion for his interest to push you forward, it will not be amiss to waste a little incense upon him. You stand very high in his good opinion. Preserve your footing there, and cultivate his friendship. It may stand you in some stead on any emergency. I could not help observing that as the uncle and nephew were in a certain sort partners in the government of the state, there might possibly be some little symptom of jealousy between brothers near the throne. On the contrary, answered he, they are united by the most confidential ties. Had it not been for Don Balthazar, the Count of Olivares might probably never have been prime minister, for you are to know that after Philip III had paid the debt of nature, all the adherents and partisans belonging to the house of Sandoval made a great stir, some in favour of the cardinal and others on his son's behalf. But my master, a greater adept in court intrigue than any of them, and the count, who is nearly as great an adept as himself, disconcerted all their measures, and took their own so judiciously for the purpose of stepping into the vacant place, that their rivals had no chance against them. The Count of Olivares, being appointed prime minister, divided the duties with his uncle Don Balthazar, leaving foreign affairs to him and taking the home department to himself. The consequence is that the bonds of family friendship are drawn closer between these two noblemen than if political influence had no share in their mutual interests. They are perfectly independent in their respective lines of business, and live together on terms of good understanding which no intrigue can possibly affect or alter. Such was the substance of my conversation with Joseph, and the advantage to be derived from it was my own to make the most of. At all events, it was my duty to thank Signor de Zuniga for all the influence he had the goodness to exert in my favour. He assured me with infinite good breeding that he should avail himself of every opportunity as it arose to promote my wishes, and that he was very glad his nephew had behaved so as to meet my ideas, because he meant to refresh his memory in my behalf, being determined, as he was pleased to say, to place it beyond all manner of doubt how far he himself participated in all my views, and to make it evident that instead of one fast friend I had two. In terms like these did Don Balthazar, through mere friendship for Navarro, take the moulding of my fortunes on himself. On that same evening did I leave my paltry lodging to take up my abode at the prime minister's, where I sat down to supper with Scipio in my own suite of apartments. There were we both waited on by the servants belonging to the household, who, as they stood behind our chairs, while we were affecting the pomp and circumstance of political elevation, were more likely than not to be laughing in their sleeves at the pantomime they had been ordered by their manager to play in our presence. When they had taken away and left us to ourselves, my secretary, being no longer under restraint, gave vent to 1,000 wild imaginations which his sprightly temper and inventive hopes engendered in his fancy. On my part, though by no means cold or insensible to the brilliant prospects which were opening on my view, I did not as yet yield in the least degree to the weakness of being thrust aside from the right line of my philosophy by temporal allurements. So much otherwise, that on going to bed I fell into a sound sleep, without being haunted in my dreams by those phantoms of flattering delusion which might have gained admittance with no severe question from a corruptible doorkeeper. The ambitious Scipio, on the contrary, tossed and tumbled all night in the agitation of restless contrivance. Whenever he dozed, a little imp took possession of his brain with a pen behind its ear, working out by all the rules of arithmetic the bulky sum total of his daughter Seraphina's marriage portion. No sooner had I got my clothes on the next morning than a message came from his lordship. I flew like lightning at the summons, when his excellency said, "Now then, Santillane, suppose you give us a specimen of your talents for business. You say that the Duke of Lerma used to give you state papers to bring into official form, and I have one by way of experiment on which you shall try your skill. The subject you will easily comprehend. It turns upon an exposition of public affairs, such as to throw an artificial light on the first appearance of the new ministry, and to prejudice the public in its favour. I've already whispered it about by my emissaries, that every department of the state was completely disorganized, that the talents which preceded us were no talents at all, and the object at present is to impress both court and city by a formal declaration, with the idea that our aid is absolutely necessary to save the monarchy itself from sinking. On this theme you may expatiate till the populace become lockjawed with astonishment, and the sober part of the public are gravely argued out of all prepossession in favour of the discarded party. By way of contrast, you will talk of the Dignus Vindici notice, taking care to translate it into Spanish, and boast of the measures adopted under the new order of things to secure the permanent glory of the king's reign, to give perpetual prosperity to his dominions, and to confer perfect unchangeable happiness on his good people. His lordship, having given out the general subject of my thesis, left me with a paper containing the heads of charges, whether just or unjust, against the late administration. And I remember perfectly well that there were 10 articles, whose lightest word, even of the lightest article, would harrow up the soul of a true Spaniard, and make his knotted and combined locks to part. That the current of my fancy might experience no interruption, he shut me into a little closet near his own, where the spirit of poetry might possess me in all its freedom and independence. My best faculties were called forth to compose a statement of affairs commensurate with my own concern in the sweeping of the new brooms. My first object was to lay open the nakedness and abandonment of the kingdom, the finances in a state of bankruptcy, the civil list and immediate resources of the crown pawned 50 times over, the navy unpaid, dismantled, and in mutiny. All this hideous delineation was referred for its justice and accuracy to the wrong-headedness and stupidity of government at the close of the last reign, and the doctrine most strongly enforced that unexampled wisdom and patriotism only could ward off the fatal consequences. In short, the monarchy could only be sustained on the shoulders of our political sufficiency and reforming prudence. The ex-ministry were so cruelly belaboured that the Duke of Lerma's ruin, according to the terms of my syllogism, was the salvation of Spain. To own the truth, though my professions were in the spirit of Christian charity towards that nobleman, I was not sorry to give him a sly rub in the exercise of my function. O man, man! What a compound of candour, breathing satire, and splenetic impartiality art thou! Towards the conclusion, having finished my frightful portraiture of overhanging evils, I endeavoured to allay the storm my art had raised, by making futurity as bright as the past had been gloomy. The Count of Olivares was brought in at the close, like the tutelary deity of an ancient commonwealth in the crisis of its fate. I promised more than paganism ever feigned, or chivalry fancied in the wildest of its crusading projects. In a word, I so exactly executed what the new minister meant, that he seemed not to know his own hints again, when drawn out in my emphatic and appropriate language. Santillane, said he, do you know that this is more like the composition one might expect from a secretary of state than like that of a private secretary? I can no longer be surprised that the Duke of Lerma was fond of calling your talents into action. Your style is concise and by no means inelegant, but it creeps rather too much in the level paths of nature. At the same time, pointing out the passages which did not hit his fancy, he corrected them, and I gathered from the touches he threw in that Navarro was right in saying he affected sententious wit, but mistook for it quaint and stale conceits. Nevertheless, though he preferred the stately, or rather the grotesque in writing, he suffered 2/3 of my performance to stand without alteration, and by way of proving how entirely he was satisfied, sent me 300 pistoles by Don Raymond after dinner. End of Book 11, Chapter 5. Book 11, Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 6, the application of the 300 pistoles and Scipio's commission connected with them. Success of the state paper mentioned in the last chapter. This handsome present of the minister furnished Scipio with a new subject of congratulation, by reason of our second appearance at court. You may remark, said he, that fortune is preparing a load of aggrandizement to lay on your lordship's shoulders. Are you still sorry for having turned your back on solitude? May the Count of Olivares live for ever! He is a very different sort of a master from his predecessor. The Duke of Lerma, with all your devotion to his service, left you to live upon suction for months without a pistole to bless yourself with, and the Count has already made you a present which you could have had no reason to expect, but after a course of long service. I should very much like, added he, that the lords of Leyva should be witnesses of your great success, or at least that they should be informed of it. It is high time indeed, answered I, and I meant to speak with you on that subject. They must doubtless be impatient to hear of my proceedings, but I waited till my fate was fixed, and till I could decide for certain whether I should stay at court or not. Now that I am sure of my destination, you have only to set out for Valencia whenever you please, and to acquaint those noblemen with my present situation, which I consider as their doing, since it is evident that, but for them, I should never have resolved on my journey to Madrid. My dear master, cried the son of Bohemian accident, what joy shall I communicate by relating what has happened to you? Why am I not already at the gates of Valencia? But I shall be there forthwith. Don Alphonso's 2 horses are ready in the stable. I shall take one of my lord's livery servants with me. Besides, that company is pleasant on the road. You know very well the effect of official parade in making impression on the natives of a provincial town. I could not help laughing at my secretary's foolish vanity, and yet with vanity perhaps more than equal to his own, I left him to do as he pleased. Go about your business, said I, and make the best of your way back, for I have another commission to give you. I mean to send you to the Asturias with some money for my mother. Through neglect I have suffered the time to elapse when I promised to remit her 100 pistoles, and pledged you to make the payment in person. Such engagements ought to be held sacred by a son, and I reproach myself with inaccuracy in the observance of mine. Sir, answered Scipio, within 6 weeks I shall bring you an account of both your commissions. Having opened my budget to the lords of Leyva, looked in at your country house, and taken a peep at the town of Oviedo, the recollection of which I cannot admit into my mind without turning over 3/4 of the inhabitants, and 1/2 of the remaining quarter, to the corrective discipline of that infernal executioner, who is supposed to be kept on foot for the purpose of castigating sinners. I then counted down 100 pistoles to that same son of a wandering mother for my honoured parent's annuity, and another 100 for himself, meaning that he should perform his long journey without grumbling on my account by the way. Some days after his departure, his lordship sent our memorial to press, and it was no sooner published than it became the topic of conversation in every circle throughout Madrid. The people, enamoured of novelty, took up this well-written statement of their own wretchedness with fond partiality. The derangement and exhaustion of the finances, painted with a mixture of truth and poetry, excited a strong feeling of popular indignation against the Duke of Lerma. And if these paper bullets of the brain, cast in the political armoury of a rival, failed to carry victory with them in the opinions of all mankind, they were at all events hailed with triumph by the most clamorous of our own partisans. As for the magnificent promises which the Count of Olivares threw in, and among others that of keeping the machine of state in motion by a system of economy without adding to the public burdens, they were caught at with avidity by the citizens at large, and considered as pledges of an enlightened and patriotic policy, so that the whole city resounded with the acclamation of panegyric and congratulation on the opening of new prospects. The minister, delighted to have gained his end so easily, which in that publication had only been to draw popularity upon himself, was now determined to seize the substance as well as catch at the shadow, by an act of unquestionable credit with the subject, and high utility to the king's service. For that purpose he had recourse to the Emperor Galba's contrivance, consisting in a forced regurgitation of ill-gotten spoils from individuals who had made large fortunes, hell and their own consciences knew best how, in the superintendence of the royal expenditure. When he had squeezed these sponges till they were dry again, and had filled the king's coffers with the drainings, he undertook to render the reform permanent by abolishing all pensions, not excepting his own, and curtailing the gratuities too frequently bestowed on favourites out of the prince's privy purse. To succeed in this design, which he could not carry into effect without changing the face of the government, he charged me with the composition of a new state paper, furnishing the substance and the form from his own idea. He then advised me to raise my style as much as possible above the level of my ordinary simplicity, and to give an air of more eloquence to my phraseology. A hint is sufficient, my lord, said I. Your excellency wishes to unite sublimity with illumination, and it shall be so. I shut myself up in the same closet where I had already worked so successfully, and sat down stiffly to my task, first calling to my aid the lofty and clear perceptions, the noble and sonorous expressions of my old instructor, the Archbishop of Grenada. I began by laying it down as a first maxim of political philosophy, that the vital functions, the respiration, as it were, of all monarchy, depended on the strict administration of the finances; that in our particular case that duty became imperiously urgent, irresistibly impressing on our consciences, and that the revenue should be considered as the nerves and sinews of Spain, to hold her rivals in check and keep her enemies in awe. After this general declamation, I pointed out to the sovereign, for to him the memorial was addressed, that by cutting down all pensions and perquisites dependent on the ordinary income, he would not thereby deprive himself of that truly royal pleasure, a princely munificence towards those of his subjects who had established a fair claim to his favours, because without drawing upon his treasury he had the means of distributing more acceptable rewards; that for one branch of service there were viceroyalties, lieutenancies, orders of merit, and all sorts of military commissions; for another, high judicial situations with salaries annexed, civil offices of magistracy with sounding titles to give them consequence, and, though last not least, all the temporal possessions of the church to animate the piety of its spiritual pastors. This memorial, which was much longer than the first, occupied me nearly 3 days, but as luck would have it, my performance was exactly to my master's mind, who, finding it written with sententious cogency, and bristled up with metaphors in the declamatory parts, complimented me in the highest terms. "That is vastly well expressed indeed," said he, laying his finger on a passage here and there, and picking out all the most inflated sentences he could find. "That language bears the stamp of fine composition, and might pass for the production of a classic. Courage, my friend! I foresee that your services will be worth their weight in gold." And yet, notwithstanding the applauses he lavished on my classical composition, a few of his own heightening touches he thought would make it read still better. He put a good deal of his own stuff into it, and the medley was manufactured into a piece of eloquence which was considered as unanswerable by the king and all the court. The whole city joined in opinion with the higher orders, deriving the most flattering hopes of the future from these grand promises, and concluding that the monarchy must recover its pristine splendour during the ministry of so illustrious a character. His Excellency, finding that my sermon on economy was fraught with practical inferences of utility to him, was kind enough to wish that I should profit by the exercise of my own talents. In conformity, therefore, with his new system of patronage, he gave me an annuity of 500 crowns on the commandery of Castile, and the acceptance of it was so much the more palatable, as no dirty work had been done for it, but it was honestly, though cheaply, earned. End of Book 11, Chapter 6. Book 11, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 7. Gil Blas meets with his friend Fabrizio once more. The accident, place, and circumstances described, with the particulars of their conversation together. Nothing gave his lordship greater pleasure than to hear the general decision of Madrid on the conduct of his administration. Not a day passed but he inquired what they were saying of him in the political world. He kept spies in pay to bring him an exact account of what was going on in the city. They particularized the most trivial discourses which they overheard, and their orders being to suppress nothing, his self-love was grazed now and then, for the people have a way of bolting out home truths without any nice calculation where they may glance. Finding that the Count loved political small talk, I made it my business to frequent places of public resort after dinner, and to chime in with the conversation of genteel people whenever opportunity offered. Should the measures of government happen to be canvassed among them, I pricked up my ears and greedily took in their discourse. If anything worth repeating was said, his excellency was sure to hear of it. It can scarcely be necessary to hint that I never carried home anything which was not likely to pay for the porterage. One day, returning from one of these little conversational parties, my road lay in front of an hospital. It occurred to me to go in. I walked through 2 or 3 wards filled with diseased patients, and examined their beds to see that they were properly taken care of. Among these unhappy wretches, whom I could not look at without the most painful feelings, I observed one whose features struck me. It surely could be no other than Fabricio, my countryman and chum. To look at him more closely, I drew near his bedside, and finding beyond a possibility of doubt that it was the poet Nunez, I stopped to look at him for a few seconds without saying a word. He also fixed his regards on me. At length, breaking silence, "Do not my eyes deceive me?" said I. "Is it indeed Fabricio, and here?" "It is indeed," answered he coldly, "and you need not wonder at it. Since we parted, I have been working indefatigably at the trade of an author. I have written novels, plays, and works of genius in every department. My brain is fairly spun out, and here I am." I could not help laughing at such a sketch of literary biography, and still more at the serious air of the accompanying action. "What!" cried I, "has your muse brought you to this pass? Has she played you such a jade's trick as this?" "Even as you witness," answered he, "this establishment is a sort of half-pay receptacle for invalids on the muster-roll of disabled wit. You have acted discreetly, my good friend, to lay yourself out for promotion in a different line. But they tell me you are no longer a courtier, and that your prospects in political life were all blasted. Nay, they went so far as to affirm that you were committed to close custody by the king's order." "They told you no more than the truth," replied I. "The delightful vision of political eminence wherein you left me last soon shifted the scene of my incoherent dreams to a prison and complete destitution. But for all that, my friend, here you behold me again in a better plight than ever." "That is quite out of the question," said Nunez. "Your deportment is discreet and decent. You have not that supercilious and devil take the hindermost sort of aspect, which good keep communicates to the human face." "The reverses of this checkered life," replied I, "have brought me down to the level of the more modest virtues. I have taken a lesson in the school of adversity, to enjoy the possession of a good stud without riding the great horse." "Tell me then candidly," cried Fabricio, raising his head upon his hand with his elbow upon the pillow, "what your present occupation can possibly be?" "A steward, perhaps, to some nobleman out at elbows, or a man of business to some rich widow. Something better than either the one or the other," rejoined I. "But excuse me from saying more at present. Another time your curiosity shall be satisfied. It is enough at present to assure you that my means are equal to my inclination, and that you may command independence through me. But then you must submit to an embargo on your wit, and a non-intercourse act between you and the faculty of writing, whether in verse or prose. Can you make this sacrifice to my friendship?" "I have already made it to the powers above," said he, "in my last critical sickness. A Dominican made me forswear poetry as an amusement bordering on criminality, but at all events beside the turnpike road of good sense. I wish you joy, my dear Nunez, replied I. Beware of a revoke. There is not the least danger on that head, rejoined he. The Muses and I have agreed on terms of separation, just as you came in at that door. I was conning over a farewell ode. Good Master Fabricio, said I, with a wise swagging to and fro of my head, it is a doubtful question whether your vow of abjuration ought to pass current with the Dominican and myself. You seem over head and ears in love with those virgins incarnate. No, no, contended he peevishly, I have cut the connection asunder. Nay, more, I have quarrelled with their keepers, the public. The readers of these days do not deserve an author of more genius than themselves. I should be sorry to write down to their comprehension. You are not to suppose that this is the language of disgust. It is my sincere and well-weighed opinion. Applause and hisses are just the same to me. It is a toss-up who fails and who succeeds. The wit of to-day is the blockhead of to-morrow. What cursed fools our dramatists must be to care for anything but their poundage when their plays happen to be received. It is all very well for a few nights, but only fancy a revival at the end of 20 years, and what a figure they will cut then! The audiences of the present day turn up their noses at the stock pieces of the last age, and it is a question whether their taste will fare better with their more critical descendants. If that conjecture be probable, the inventors of claptraps now will be the butt of catcalls hereafter. It is just the same with novel writers and all other manufacturers of unnecessary literature. They strut and fret for an hour, and then are no more seen or heard of. The glories of successful authorship are the mere vapours of a murky atmosphere, meteors of a marsh, foul coruscations of a dunghill, cathedral tapers to put out the galaxy, blue flames of coarse paper held over a candle. Though these caricatures of rival renown were the mere creations of jealousy in the poet of the Asturias, it was not my business to correct his ill temper. I am delighted, said I, that wit and you have had so serious a quarrel, and that the diarrhea of your inventive faculties has been cured by an astringent. You may depend on it, I will put you in the way of a good livelihood without drawing deep upon your intellectual credit. So much the better, cried he. Wit smells like carrion in my nostrils, or rather like a pungent and deleterious perfume, fragrant to the sense, but corrosive to the vitals. I heartily wish, my dear Fabricio, resumed I, that you may always keep in that mind. Only wash your hands completely of poetry, and you may depend on it, I will enable you to keep your head above water without picking or stealing. In the meanwhile, added I, slipping a purse of 60 pistoles into his hand, accept this as a slight instance of my regard. Oh, friend, like the friends in days of yore, cried the son of Barber Nunez, out of his wits with joy and gratitude, it was heaven itself which sent you into this hospital, whence your goodness is now discharging me. Before we parted, I gave him my address and invited him to come and see me as soon as his health would permit. He opened his eyes as an oyster does its shell when I told him that I lodged under the minister's roof. Oh, illustrious Gil Blas, said he, great as Pompey and fortunate as Sylla, whose lot it is to be hand in glove with the dictators of modern times. I rejoice most disinterestedly in your good fortune, because it is so very evident what a noble use you make of it. End of Book 11, Chapter 7. Book 11, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 8, Gil Blas gets forward progressively in his master's affections, Scipio's return to Madrid, and account of his journey. The Count of Olivarez, whom I shall henceforward call my Lord Duke, because the king was pleased to confer that dignity on him about this time, was infested with a weakness which I did not suffer to pass without taking toll. It was a furious desire of being beloved. The moment he fancied that any one really liked him, his heart was caught in a trap. This was not lost upon my keen sense of character. It was not enough to do precisely as he ordered. I superadded a zeal in the execution which made him mine. I laid myself out to his liking in everything, and provided beforehand for his most eccentric wishes. By conduct like this, which almost always answers, I became by degrees my master's favourite, and he, on the other hand, as if he had got round to my blind side, also wormed himself into my affections by giving me his own. So forward did I get into his good graces as to have his confidence with Signor Carnero, his principal secretary. Carnero had played my game, and that so successfully as to be entrusted with the greater mysteries. We two, therefore, were the keepers of the prime minister's conscience, and held the keys of all his secrets, with this difference, that Carnero was consulted on state affairs, myself about his private concerns, dividing the business into two separate departments, and we were each of us equally pleased with our own. We lived together without jealousy, and certainly without attachment. I had every reason to be satisfied with my quarters, where continual intercourse gave me an opportunity of prying into the Duke's inmost soul, which was a masked battery to all mankind beside, but plain as a pikestaff to me, when he no longer questioned the sincerity of my attachment to him. Santillane, said he one day, you were witness to the Duke of Lerma's possession of an authority, more like that of an absolute monarch than a favourite minister, and yet I am still happier than he was at the very summit of his good fortune. He had two formidable enemies in his own son, the Duke of Uzeda, and in the confessor of Philip III. But there is no one now about the king who has credit enough to stand in my way, or even, as I am aware, the slightest inclination to do me mischief. It is true, continued he, that on my accession to the ministry it was my first care to remove all hangers-on from about the prince, but those of my own family or connections. By means of viceroyalties or embassies, I got rid of all the nobility, who by their personal merit could have interfered with me in the good graces of the sovereign, whom I mean to engross entirely to myself. So that I may say at the present moment, no statesman of the time holds me in check by the ascendancy of his personal influence. You see, Gil Blas, I open my mind to you. As I have reason to think that you are mine heart and soul, I have chosen to put you in possession of everything. You are a clever youth, with reflection, penetration, and discretion. In short, you are just the very creature to acquit yourself of all possible little offices in all possible directions. You are also a young fellow of very promising parts, and must in the nature of things be in my interests. There was no standing the attack which these flattering representations were calculated to make upon the weakly defended fortress of my philosophy. Unauthorized whims of avarice and ambition mounted suddenly into my head, and brought forward certain sentiments of political speculation which were supposed to have been in abeyance. I gave the minister an assurance that I should fulfil his intentions to the utmost of my power, and held myself in readiness to execute without examination or inference all the orders it might be his pleasure to give me. While I was thus disposed to take fortune in her affable fit, Scipio returned from his peregrination. I have no long story for you, said he. The lords of Leyva were delighted at your reception from the king, and at the manner in which the Count of Olivarez and you came to understand one another. My friend, said I, you would have delighted them still more had you been able to tell them on what a footing I am now with my lord. My advances since your departure have been prodigious. Happy man be his dole, my dear master, answered he. My mind forebodes that we shall cut a figure. Let us change the subject, said I, and talk of Oviedo. You have been in the Asturias. How did you leave my mother? Ah, sir, replied he, with an undertaker's decency of countenance, I have a melancholy tale to tell you from that quarter. Oh heaven! exclaimed I, my mother then is dead. 6 months since, said my secretary, did the good lady pay the debt of nature, and your uncle, Signor Gil Perez, about the same period. My mother's death preyed upon my susceptible nature, though in my childhood I had not received from her those little fondling indications of maternal love, so necessary to amalgamate with the more serious convictions of filial duty. The good canon, too, came in for his share in bringing me up according to the rules of godliness and honesty. My serious grief was not lasting, but I never lost sight of a certain tender recollection whenever the idea of my dear relations shot across my mind. End of Book 11, Chapter 8. Book 11, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 9, How my Lord Duke married his only daughter, and to whom, with the bitter consequences of that marriage. Very shortly after the son of Coselina's return, my Lord Duke fell into a brown study, and it lasted a complete week. I conceived, of course, that he was brooding over some great measure of government, but family concerns were the object of his musings. Gil Blas, said he one day after dinner, you may perceive that my mind is a good deal distracted. Yes, my good friend, I am pondering over an affair of the utmost consequence to my feelings. You shall know all about it. My daughter, Donna Maria, pursued he, is marriageable, and of course beset with suitors. The Count de Niebles, eldest son of the Duke de Medina Sidonia, head of the Guzman family, and Don Luis de Haro, eldest son of the Marquis de Carpio, and my eldest sister, are the two most likely competitors. The latter in particular is superior in point of merit to all his rivals, so that the whole court has fixed on him for my son-in-law. Nevertheless, without entering into private motives for treating him, as well as the Count de Niebles, with a refusal, my present views are fixed upon Don Ramirez Nunez de Guzman, Marquis of Toral, head of the Guzmans de Brados, another branch of the family. To that nobleman and his progeny, by my daughter, I mean to leave all my property, and to entail on them the title of Count de Olivarez, with the additional dignity of grandee, so that my grandchildren and their descendants, issue of the Abrados and Olivarez branch, will be considered as taking precedence in the house of Guzman. Tell me now, Santillane, added he, do you not like my project? Excuse me, my lord, pleaded I, with a shrug, the design is worthy of the genius which gave birth to it. My only fear is, lest the Duke of Medina Sidonia should think fit to be out of humour at it. Let him take it as he list, resumed the minister. I give myself very little concern about that. His branch is no favourite with me. They have choused that of Abrados out of their precedence and many of their privileges. I shall be far less affected by his ill humours than by the disappointment of my sister, the Marchioness de Carpio, when she sees my daughter slip through her son's fingers. But let that be as it may, I am determined to please myself, and Don Ramirez shall be the man. It is a settled point. My Lord Duke, having announced this firm resolve, did not carry it into effect without giving a new proof of his singular policy. He presented a memorial to the king, entreating him and the queen in concert to do him the honour of taking the choice of a husband for his daughter on themselves, at the same time acquainting them with the pretensions of the suitors, and professing to abide by their election. But he took care, when naming the Marquis de Toral, to evince clearly whither his own wishes pointed. The king, therefore, with a blind deference for his minister, answered thus: I think that Don Ramirez Nunez deserves Donna Maria, but determine for yourself. The match of your own choosing will be most agreeable to me. Signed, the king. The minister made a point of showing this answer everywhere, and affecting to consider it as a royal mandate, hastened his daughter's marriage with the Marquis de Toral, a death blow to the hopes of the Marchioness de Carpio, and the rest of the Guzmans, who had been speculating on an alliance with Donna Maria. These rival players of a losing game, not being able to break off the match, put the best face they could upon it, and made the fashionable world to resound with their costly celebrations of the event. A superficial observer might have fancied that the whole family was delighted with the arrangement, but the pouters and ill wishers were soon revenged most cruelly at my lord duke's expense. Donna Maria was brought to bed of a daughter at the end of 10 months. The infant was still born, and the mother died a few days afterwards. What a loss for a father who had no eyes, as one may say, but for his daughter, and in her loss felt the miscarriage of his design to quash the right of precedence in the branch of Medina Sidonia. Stung to the quick by his misfortune, he shut himself up for several days, and was visible to no one but myself, a sincere sympathizer from the recollection of my own experience in his sorrow. The occasion drew forth fresh tears to Antonia's memory. The death of the Marchioness de Toral, under circumstances so similar, tore open a wound imperfectly skinned over, and so exasperated my affliction that the minister, though he had enough to do with his own sufferings, could not help taking notice of mine. It seemed unaccountable how exactly his feelings were echoed. Gil Blas, said he one day, when my tears seemed to feed upon indulgence, my greatest consolation consists in having a bosom friend so much alive to all my distresses. Ah, my lord, answered I, giving him the full credit of my amiable tenderness, I must be ungrateful and degenerate in my nature if I did not lament as for myself. Can I be aware that you mourn over a daughter of accomplished merit, whom you loved so tenderly, without shedding tears of fellow feeling? No, my lord, I am too much naturalized to you on the side of obligation not to take a permanent interest in all your pleasures and disappointments. End of Book 11, Chapter 9. Book 11, Chapter 10 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 10, Gil Blas meets with the poet Nunez by accident, and learns that he has written a tragedy, which is on the point of being brought out at the Theatre Royal, the ill fortune of the piece, and the good fortune of its author. The minister began to pick up his crumbs, and myself consequently to get into feather again, when one evening I went out alone in the carriage to take an airing. On the road I met the poet of the Asturias, who had been lost to my knowledge ever since his discharge from the hospital. He was very decently dressed. I called him up, gave him a seat in my carriage, and we drove together to St. Jerome's Meadow. Master Nunez, said I, it is lucky for me to have met you accidentally, for otherwise I should not have had the pleasure. No severe speeches, Santillane, interrupted he with considerable eagerness. I must own frankly that I did not mean to keep up your acquaintance, and I will tell you the reason. You promised me a good situation, provided I abjured poetry, but I have found a very excellent one, on condition of keeping my talents in constant play. I accepted the latter alternative as squaring best with my own humour. A friend of mine got me an employment under Don Bertrand Gomez del Robero, treasurer of the king's galleys. This Don Bertrand, wanting to have a wit in his pay, and finding my turn for poetical composition very much in unison with his own sense of what is excellent, has chosen me in preference to 5 or 6 authors, who offered themselves as candidates for the place of his private secretary. I am delighted at the news, my dear Fabricio, said I, for this Don Bertrand must be very rich. Rich indeed, answered he. They say that he does not know himself how much he is worth. However that may be, my business under him is as follows. He prides himself on his turn for gallantry, at the same time wishing to pass for a man of genius. He therefore keeps up an epistolary intercourse of wit with several ladies, who have an infinite deal, and borrows my brain to indite such letters as may amplify the opinion of his sprightliness and elegance. I write to one for him in verse, to another in prose, and sometimes carry the letters myself, to prove the agility of my heels, as well as the ingenuity of my head. But you do not tell me, said I, what I most want to know. Are you well paid for your epigrammatic cards of compliment? Yes, most plentifully, answered he. Rich men are not always open handed, and I know some who are downright curmudgeons, but Don Bertrand has behaved in the most handsome manner. Besides a salary of 200 pistoles, I receive some little occasional perquisites from him, sufficient to set me above the world, and enable me to live on an equal footing with some choice spirits of the literary circles, who are willing, like myself, to set care at defiance. But then, resumed I, has your treasurer critical skill enough to distinguish the beauties of a performance from its blemishes? The least likely man in the world, answered Nunez, a flippant tongued smatterer, with a miserable assortment of materials for judging. Yet he gives himself out for chief justice and lord president of Apollo's tribunal. His decisions are adventurous, if not always lucky, while his opinions are maintained in so high a tone, and with so bullying a challenge of infallibility, that 9 times out of 10 the issue of an argument is silence, though not conviction, on the part of the opponent, as a measure of precaution against the gathering storm of foul language and contemptuous sneers. You may readily suppose, continued he, that I take especial care never to contradict him, though it almost exceeds human patience to forbear; for, to say nothing of the unpalatable phrases that might be hailed down on my defenceless head, I should stand a very good chance of being shoved by the shoulders out of doors. I therefore am discreet enough to approve what he praises, and to condemn without mitigation or appeal whatever he is pleased to find fault with. By this easy compliance, for poets are compelled to acquire a knack of knocking under to those by whom they live, not even excepting their booksellers, I have gained the esteem and friendship of my patron. He has employed me to write a tragedy on a plot of his own. I have executed it under his inspection, and if the piece succeeds, a percentage on the laud and honour must accrue to him. I asked our poet what was the title of his tragedy. He informed me that it was the Count of Saldagna, and that it would come out in 2 or 3 days. I told him that I wished it all possible success, and thought so favourably of his genius as to entertain considerable hopes. So do I, said he, but hope never tells a more flattering tale than in the ear of a dramatic author. You might as well attempt to fix the wind by nailing the weathercock, as speculate on the reception of a new piece with an audience. At length the day of performance arrived. I could not go to the play, being prevented by official business. The only thing to be done was to send Scipio, that he might bring me back word how it went off, for I was sincerely interested in the event. After waiting impatiently for his return, in he came with a long face which boded no good. Well, said I, how was the Count of Saldagna welcomed by the critics? Very roughly, answered he. Never was there a play more brutally handled. I left the house in high anger at the injustice and insolence of the pit. It serves him right, rejoined I. Nunez is no better than a madman to be always running his head against the stone walls of a theatre. If he was in his senses, could he have preferred the hisses and catcalls of an unfeeling mob to the ease and dignity he might have commanded under my patronage? Thus did I inveigh with friendly vehemence against the poet of the Asturias, and disturb the even tenor of my mind for an event which the sufferer hailed with joy, and inserted among the well-omened particulars of his journal. He came to see me within 2 days, and appeared in high spirits. Santillane, cried he, I am come to receive your congratulations. My fortune is made, my friend, though my play is marred. You know what a mistake they made on the first and last night of the Count of Saldagna, hissed instead of applauding. You would have thought all the wild beasts of the forest had been let loose, with their ears fortified against the softening power of poetry. But the more they bellowed, the better I fared, and they have roared me into a provision for life. There was no knowing what to make of this incident in the drama of our poet's adventures. What is all this, Fabricio? Said I. How can theatrical damnation have conjured up such Elysian ecstasy? It is exactly so, answered he. I told you before that Don Bertrand had thrown in some of the circumstances, and he was fully convinced that there was no defect but in the taste of the spectators. They might be very good judges, but if they were, he was no judge at all. Nunez, said he this morning, Victrix causa Dies placuit, sed victa Catoni. Your piece has been ill received by the public, but against that you may place my entire approbation, and thus you ought to set your heart at rest. By way of something to balance the bad taste of the age, I shall settle an annuity of 2,000 crowns on you. Go to my solicitor, and let him draw the deed. We have been about it. The treasurer has signed and sealed. My first quarter is paid in advance. I wished Fabricio joy on the unhappy fate of the Count of Saldagna, and probably most authors would have envied his failure more than all the success that ever succeeded. You are in the right, continued he, to prefer my fortune to my fame. What a lucky peal of disapprobation in double choir! If the public had chosen to ring the changes on my merits rather than my misdeeds, what would they have done for my pocket? A mere paltry nothing. The common pay of the theatre might have kept me from starving, but the wind of popular malice has blown me a comfortable pension, engrossed on safe and legal parchment. End of Book 11, Chapter 10. Book 11, Chapter 11 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 11. Santillane gives Scipio a situation. The latter sets out for New Spain. My secretary could not look at the unexpected good luck of Nunez the poet without envy. He talked of nothing else for a week. The whims of that baggage fortune, said he, are most unaccountable. She delights to turn her lottery wheel into the lap of a sorry author, while she deals out her disappointments like a stepmother to the race of good ones. I should have no objection, though, if she would throw me up a prize in one of her vertical progresses. That is likely enough to happen, said I, and sooner than you imagine. Here you are in her temple, for it is scarcely too presumptuous to call the house of a prime minister the temple of fortune, where favours are conferred by wholesale, and votaries grow fat on the spoils of her altar. That is very true, sir, answered he, but we must have patience and wait till the happy moment comes. Take my advice while it is worth having, Scipio, replied I, and make your mind easy. Perhaps you are on the eve of some good appointment. And so it turned out, for within a few days an opportunity offered of employing him advantageously in my Lord Duke's service, and I did not suffer the happy moment to pass by. I was engaged in chat one morning with Don Raymond Caporis, the prime minister's steward, and our conversation turned on the sources of his excellency's income. My lord, said he, enjoys the commanderies of all the military orders, yielding a revenue of 40,000 crowns a year, and he is only obliged to wear the cross of Alcantara. Moreover, his 3 offices of great chamberlain, master of the horse, and high chancellor of the Indies, bring him in an income of 200,000 crowns, and yet all this is nothing in comparison of the immense sums which he receives through other transatlantic channels. But you will be puzzled to guess how. When vessels clear out from Seville or Lisbon for those parts of the world, he ships wine, oil, grain, and other articles, the produce of his own estate, and his consignments are duty-free. With that perquisite in his pocket, he sells his merchandise for 4 times its current price in Spain, and then lays out the money in spices, colouring materials, and other things which cost next to nothing in the New World, and are sold very dear in Europe. Already has he realized some millions by this traffic, without detracting from the dues of his royal master. You will easily account for it, continued he, that the people concerned in carrying on this trade return with great fortunes in their pockets. For my lord thinks it but reasonable that they should divide their diligence between his business and their own. That shrewd son of chance and opportunity of whom we are speaking overheard our conversation, and could not help interrupting Don Raymond to the following purport. Upon my word, Signor Caporis, I should like to be one of those people, for I am fond of travelling, and have long wished to see Mexico. Your inclinations as a tourist shall soon be gratified, said the steward, if Signor de Santillane will not stand in the way of your wishes. However particular I may think it my duty to be about the persons whom I send to the West Indies in that capacity, and they are all of my appointment, you shall be placed on the list at all adventures, if your master wishes it. You will confer on me a particular favour, said I to Don Raymond. Be so good as to do it in kindness to me. Scipio is a young fellow much in my good graces, very capable in business, and will be found irreproachable in his conduct. In a word, I would as soon answer for him as myself. That being the case, replied Caporis, he has only to repair immediately to Seville. The ships are to sail for South America in a month. I shall give him a letter at his departure for a man who will put him in the way of making a fortune, without the slightest interference in his excellency's dues and profits, which ought to be held sacred by him. Scipio, delighted with his berth, was in haste to set out for Seville with 1,000 crowns, with which I furnished him to make purchases of wine and oil in Andalusia, and enable him to trade on his own bottom in the West Indies. And yet, overjoyed as he was to make a voyage, and as he hoped his fortune therewithal, he could not part from me without tears, and the separation raised the waters even from my dry fountains. End of Book 11, Chapter 11. Book 11, Chapter 12 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 12. Don Alfonso de Leyva comes to Madrid. The motive of his journey, a severe affliction to Gil Blas, and a cause of rejoicing subsequent thereon. No sooner had I parted with Scipio than one of the minister's pages brought me a note, conceived in the following terms: "If Signor de Santillane will take the trouble of calling at the sign of Saint Gabriel in the street of Toledo, he will there see a friend who is not indifferent to him." Who can this nameless friend possibly be? said I to myself. What can be the meaning of all this mystery? Obviously to occasion me the pleasure of a surprise. I attended the summons immediately, and on my arrival at the place appointed, was not a little astonished to find Don Alphonso de Leyva there. "Is it possible?" exclaimed I. "You here, my lord?" "Yes, my dear Gil Blas," answered he, with a close compression of my hand in his, "it is Don Alphonso himself." "Well, but what brings you to Madrid?" said I. "You will be not a little startled," rejoined he, "and no less vexed at the occasion of my journey. They have taken my government of Valencia from me, and the prime minister has sent for me to give an account of my conduct. For a whole quarter of an hour I was like a man stupefied, then recovering the powers of speech. 'Of what,' said I, 'are you accused?' 'I know nothing at all about it,' answered he, 'but my disgrace is probably owing to a visit paid about 3 weeks ago to the Cardinal Duke of Lerma, who was banished about a month since to his seat at Denia.' 'Yes, indeed,' cried I in a pet, 'you may well attribute your misfortune to that imprudent visit. There is no occasion to look out for causes and effects elsewhere. But give me leave to say, that you have not acted with your usual good sense in claiming acquaintance with that favourite out of favour.' 'The leap is taken and the neck broken,' said he, 'and I have nothing to do but to make the best out of a bad bargain. I shall retire with my family to our paternal estate at Leyva, where the remnant of my days will glide away in peace and obscurity. What taunts and teases me is the requisition of appearing before a haughty minister, who may receive me with all the insolence of office. How humiliating to the pride of a Spaniard! And yet it is a measure of necessity. But before the degrading ceremony took place, I wanted to talk it over with you.' 'Sir,' said I, 'do not announce your arrival to the minister till I have ascertained the nature of the reports to your discredit, for there are few evils without a remedy. Whatever may be your alleged crimes, you will give me leave, if you please, to act in the affair as gratitude and friendship shall dictate.' With this assurance I left him at his inn, and promised to let him hear from me soon. As I had taken no active part in state affairs since the 2 memorials, in which my eloquence was so signally displayed, I went to look for Carnero, with a view to inquire whether Don Alphonso's government was really taken from him. He answered in the affirmative, but professed not to know the reason. Finding how things stood, I determined to apply at headquarters, and to learn the grounds of grievance from his lordship's own mouth. My spirits were really harassed, so that there was no need of putting on the trappings and the suits of woe to attract my lord duke's notice. 'What is the matter, Santillane?' said he, as soon as he saw me. 'I perceive a marked unhappiness on your countenance, and tears just ready to trickle down your cheeks. Has any one behaved ill to you? Tell me, and you shall have your revenge.' 'My lord,' answered I, in a melancholy tone, 'even though my grief would seek to hide itself, it must have vent. My despair is past endurance. The report goes that Don Alphonso is no longer governor of Valencia. A severer stroke could not have been inflicted on me.' 'What say you, Gil Blas?' replied the minister in astonishment. 'What interest can you take in this Don Alphonso and his government?' On this question I detailed at length my obligations to the lords of Leyva, and modestly stated my own interference with the Duke of Lerma to obtain the appointment for my friend. When his excellency had heard me through with the most polite and kind attention, he spoke thus: 'Make yourself easy, Gil Blas. Besides my entire ignorance of what you have just told me, I must own that I consider Don Alphonso as the cardinal's creature. Only put yourself in my place. Was not the visit to his eminence a most suspicious circumstance? Yet I am willing to believe that owing his preferment to that minister, he might have remembered him in his adversity from a motive of pure gratitude. I am sorry for having displaced a man who owed his elevation to you, but if I have pulled down your handiwork, I can build it up again. I mean to do still more than the Duke of Lerma for you. Your friend Don Alfonso was only governor of Valencia. I appoint him viceroy of Aragon. You may send him word so yourself, and order him hither to take the oaths." At these words my feelings changed from extreme grief to an excess of joy, which completely caricatured the mediocrity of common sense, and made me utter an incoherent rhapsody of thanks. But the want of method in the madness of my discourse was not taken amiss, and on my hinting that Don Alfonso was already at Madrid, he told me that I might present him this very day. I ran to the sign of St. Gabriel, and communicated my own raptures to Don Caesar's son, by informing him of his new appointment. He could not believe what I told him, but found it a hard matter to persuade himself that the prime minister, though likely enough to be very well disposed towards me, should extend his friendship so far as to dispose of viceroyalties at my instance. I carried him with me to my Lord Duke, who received him very affably, complimented him on his uniform good conduct in his government of Valencia, and finished by saying that the king, considering him as qualified for a higher station, had named him for the viceroyalty of Aragon. Besides, added he, your family is of a rank not to disparage the dignity of the office, so that the Aragonese nobility will have no plea for excepting against the choice of the court. His excellency made no mention of me, and the public was kept in the dark as to my share in the business. Indeed, this prudent silence was lucky both for Don Alfonso and the minister, since the tongues of defamers would have been busy in taking to pieces the pretensions of a viceroy who owed his preferment to my patronage. As soon as Don Caesar's son could speak with certainty of his new honours, he sent off an express for Valencia with the information to his father and Seraphina, who soon arrived in Madrid. Their first object was to find me out and ply me thick and threefold with acknowledgments. What a proud and affecting sight for me to behold the three persons in the world nearest my heart vying with each other in their testimonies of affection and gratitude! The pleasure my zeal seemed personally to give them was equal to the dignity conferred on their house by the post of viceroy. They even talked with me on a footing of equality, and scarcely remembered my original distance or servitude in the fervour of their present feelings. But not to dwell on unnecessary topics, Don Alfonso, having taken the oaths and returned thanks, left Madrid with his family to take up his abode at Saragossa. He made his public entry with appropriate magnificence, and the Aragonese caused it to appear by their cordial reception that I had a very pretty knack at picking out a viceroy. End of Book 11, Chapter 12. Book 11, Chapter 13 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 13, Gil Blas meets Don Gaston de Cogollos and Don Andrew de Tordesillas at the drawing-room, and adjourns with them to a more convenient place. The story of Don Gaston and Donna Helena de Galisteo concluded. Santillane renders some service to Tordesillas. I was up to the hilts in joy at having so marvellously metamorphosed an ex-governor into a viceroy. The lords of Leyva themselves were not primed and loaded so near to bursting. But very soon I had another opportunity of employing my credit in the beaten track of friendship; and there is the more occasion to quote these instances, that my readers may clearly discern with how different a man they are in company, from that graceless Gil Blas who, under the former ministry, carried on a shameless traffic in the honours and emoluments of the state. One day I was waiting in the king's antechamber in conversation with some noblemen, who, knowing me to stand well with the prime minister, were not ashamed of taking me by the hand. In the crowd was Don Gaston de Cogollos, whom I had left a prisoner in the Tower of Segovia. He was with Don Andrew de Tordesillas, the warden. I readily quitted my company to go and renew my acquaintance with my two friends. If they were astonished at the sight of me, I was no less so to find them here. After mutual greetings, Don Gaston said, Signor de Santillane, we have many inquiries to make of each other, and this place affords little opportunity for private intercourse. Allow me to request your company, where we may open our hearts freely. I made no objection. We pushed our way through the crowd and left the palace. Don Gaston's carriage was ready, waiting in the street. We all three got into it, and drove to the great market place where the bullfights are exhibited. There Cogollos lived in a very handsome house. Signor Gil Blas, said Don Andrew on our entrance, at your departure from Segovia you seem to have conceived a thorough hatred against the court, and to have formed a settled purpose of abandoning it for ever. Such was in fact my design, answered I, nor were my sentiments at all changed during the lifetime of the late king. But when the prince his son came to the throne, I had a mind to see whether the new monarch would know me again. He did so, and received me favourably, with a strong recommendation to the prime minister, who admitted me to his friendship, and took me more into his confidence than ever did the Duke of Lerma. This, Signor Don Andrew, is my story. And now tell me whether you still hold your office in the Tower of Segovia. No, indeed, answered he. My lord duke has removed me, and put another in my room. He probably considered me as entirely devoted to his predecessor. And I, said Don Gaston, was set at liberty for the contrary reason. The prime minister was no sooner informed that my imprisonment was by the Duke of Lerma's order than he ordered me to be released. The present business, Signor Gil Blas, is to relate the subsequent particulars of my adventures. The first thing I did, continued he, after thanking Don Andrew for his kind attentions during my confinement, was to repair to Madrid. I presented myself before the Count Duke of Olivarez, who said, You need not be apprehensive of any blemish on your character in consequence of your late misfortune. You are honourably acquitted. Nay, your innocence is so much the more satisfactorily established, as the Marquis of Villarreal, with whom you were supposed to be implicated, was not guilty. Though a Portuguese, and related to the Duke of Braganza, he is less in his interests than in those of the king my master. That connection, therefore, ought not to have been imputed to you as a crime. But to repair your wrongs, the king has given you a lieutenant's commission in the Spanish Guards. This I accepted, begging it as a favour of his excellency to allow me, before I joined my regiment, to go and see my aunt, Donna Eleonora de Laxarilla, at Coria. The minister gave me leave of absence for a month, and I departed with only one servant. We had got beyond Colmenar, and were threading a narrow pass between two mountains, when we came within sight of a gentleman defending himself bravely against three men, who all fell upon him together. I did not hesitate about going to his aid, but hastened forward and planted myself by his side. I remarked, while we were fighting, that our enemies were masked, and that we had to do with expert swordsmen. But we triumphed over the united advantages of their skill and disparity. I ran one of the three through the body. He fell from his horse, and the two others immediately betook themselves to flight. The victory, indeed, was scarcely less fatal to us than to the wretch whom I had killed, for we were both dangerously wounded. But conceive my surprise when I discovered the gentleman to be Combados, the husband of Donna Helena. He was no less astonished at recognizing me as his defender. "Ah, Don Gaston!" exclaimed he, "was it you, then, who came to my assistance? When you took my part so generously, you little thought it was the person who had snatched your mistress from you." "I really did not know it," answered I, "but though I had, do you think I could have wavered about doing as I have done? Can you entertain so ill an opinion of me as to believe my soul so sordid?" "No, no," replied he, "I think better of you, and should I die of my wounds, it will be my prayer that yours may not disable you from profiting by my death." "Combados," said I, "though I have not yet forgotten Donna Helena, know that I do not pant after the possession of her charms at the expense of your life. So far from it, that I congratulate myself on having contributed to your rescue from assassination, since by so doing I have performed an acceptable service to your wife." While we were communing together, my servant dismounted, and drawing near to the gentleman stretched at his length, took off his mask, when Combados, with sensations of gratitude for his deliverance, distinctly traced the features. "It is Caprara," exclaimed he, "that treacherous cousin, who, in mere disgust at having missed a rich inheritance which he had unjustly disputed with me, has long since cherished a murderous design against my life, and fixed on this day to put it in execution; but heaven has turned him over to its determined vengeance, and made him the victim of his own attempt." While this conversation was going on, our blood was flowing at the same rate, and we were becoming more exhausted every minute. Nevertheless, disabled as we were, we had strength enough to reach the town of Villarejo, which lies within gunshot or two from the field of battle. At the very first house of call we sent for surgeons. The most expert came at our summons. He examined our wounds, and reported them as dangerous. After taking off the bandages and dressing them a second time, he pronounced those of Don Blas to be mortal. Of mine he thought more favourably, and the event corresponded with his prognostic. Combados, finding himself consigned to the grave, thought only of due preparation for a most serious event. He sent an express to his wife, with an account for what had happened, particularizing his present sad condition. Donna Helena soon arrived at Villarejo. Her mind was drawn different ways by two opposite occasions of distress: the hazard of her husband's life, and the fear of feeling the revival of a half extinguished flame at the sight of me. This sight occasioned her to experience a terrible agitation. "Madam," said Don Blas, when she appeared in his presence, "you are come just in time to receive my farewell. I am at the point of death, and I consider my fate as a punishment from heaven for having taken you from Don Gaston by a feint. Far from murmuring at it, I exhort you with my last breath to restore to him a heart which I had stolen from him." Donna Helena answered him only by her tears, and indeed it was the best answer she could make, for she had neither forgotten her first love, nor the artifices whereby she had been influenced to renounce her plighted faith. It happened as the surgeon had anticipated, that in less than 3 days Combados died of his wounds, while mine, on the contrary, wore the appearance of convalescence. The young widow, whom no earthly considerations could detach from the care of transporting her late husband's remains to Coria, that they might be deposited with due honours in the family vault, left Villarejo on her return, after inquiring, merely as a matter of course, how I was going on. As soon as I was well enough to be removed, I bent my course to Coria, where my recovery was soon ascertained. My aunt, Donna Eleonora, and Don George de Galistio were determined that my marriage with Helena should take place forthwith, lest some new caprice of fortune should part us once more. The ceremony was privately performed on account of the late melancholy event, and within a few days I returned to Madrid with Donna Helena. As my leave of absence had expired, I was afraid lest the minister should have superseded me in my lieutenancy, but he had not filled up the vacancy, and received my apologies very graciously. Thus am I, continued Cogollos, lieutenant of the Spanish guards, and my situation is exactly to my mind. The circle of my friends is respectable and pleasant, and I live at my ease among them. Would I could say as much, exclaimed Don Andrew, but I am very far from being satisfied with my lot. I have lost my appointment, which was not without its advantages, and have no friends of sufficient interest to procure me a better berth. Excuse me, Signor Don Andrew, cried I, with a sort of upbraiding smile, you have a friend in me who may chance to be better than no friend at all. I have told you already that I am a greater favourite with my Lord Duke than with the Duke of Lerma, and will you tell me to my face that you have no interest at court? Have you not already experienced the contrary? Recollect that through the Archbishop of Grenada's powerful recommendation, I procured you a nomination for Mexico, where you would have made your fortune if love had not stepped in and married it at Alicant. My means are now more extensive, since I have the ear of the prime minister. I give myself up to you then, replied Tordesillas, but do not send me into New Spain, though the first appointment in the colonies were at your disposal. Here we were interrupted by Donna Helena, who came into the room, and improved even upon the visions of my fancy by the reality of her charms. Cogollos introduced me as the companion who had solaced the tedious hours of his imprisonment. Yes, madam, said I to Donna Helena, my conversation did indeed soothe his sorrows, for it turned on you. The compliment was not thrown away, and I took my leave with repeated congratulations. With respect to Tordesillas, I assured him that within a week he should know how far my power as well as will extended. Nor were these mere words. On the very next day the opportunity occurred. Santillane, said his excellency, the place of governor in the royal prison of Valladolid is vacant. It is worth more than 300 pistoles a year, and it is yours if you will accept of it. Not if it were worth 10,000 ducats, answered I, for it would carry me away from your lordship. But, replied the minister, you may fill it by deputy, and only visit occasionally. That is as it may be, rejoined I, but I shall only accept it on a condition of resigning in favour of Don Andrew de Tordesillas, a brave and loyal gentleman. I should like to give him this place in acknowledgment of his kindness to me in the Tower of Segovia. This plea made the minister laugh heartily, and say, as far as I see, Gil Blas, you mean to make yourself a general patron. Even so be it, my friend. The vacancy is yours for Tordesillas, but tell me unfeignedly what fellow feeling you have in the business, for you are not such a fool as to throw away your interest for nothing. My lord, answered I, Don Andrew charged me nothing for all his acts of friendship, and should not a man repay his obligations? You are become highly moral and self-mortified, replied his excellency, rather more so than under the last administration. Precisely so, rejoined I. Then evil communication corrupted my principles. Bargain and sale were the order of the day, and I conformed to the established practice. Now all preferment is allotted on the footing of a meritorious free gift, and my integrity shall not be the last to fall in with the fashion. End of Book 11, Chapter 13. Book 11, Chapter 14 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 11, Chapter 14, Santillane's Visit to Poet Nunez, the Company and Conversation. One day after dinner a fancy seized me to go and see the poet of the Asturias, feeling a sort of curiosity to know on what floor he lodged. I repaired to the house of Signor Don Bertrand Gomez del Ribero, and asked for Nunez. He does not live here now, said the porter, but over the way in apartments at the back of the house. I went thither, and crossing a small court, entered an unfurnished parlour, where my friend Fabricio was sitting at table, doing the honours to 5 or 6 guests from the hamlet and liberty of Parnassus. They were at the latter end of a feast, and of course at the beginning of an affray; but as soon as they perceived me, a dead silence succeeded to their obstreperous argumentation. Nunez rose from his seat with much pomp and circumstance of politeness to receive me, saying, Gentlemen, Signor de Santillane, he does me the honour to visit me under this humble roof. As the favourite of the prime minister, you will all join with me in tendering your humble services. At this introduction, the worshipful company got up and made their best bows, for my rank could not fail of procuring me respect from the manufacturers of dedications. Though I was neither hungry nor thirsty, it was impossible not to sit down and drink a toast in such society. My presence appearing to be a restraint, Gentlemen, said I, it should seem that I have interrupted your conversation. Resume it, or you drive me away. My learned friends, said Fabricio, were discussing the Iphigenia of Euripides. The bachelor Melchior de Villegas, a clever man of the first rank in the Republic of Letters, resumed the topic by asking Don Jacinto de Romerate which was the point of interest in that tragedy. Don Jacinto ascribed it to the imminent danger of Iphigenia. The bachelor contended, offering to prove his proposition by all the evidence admissible at the bar of logic or criticism, that the danger of a trumpery girl had nothing to do with the real sympathy of that affecting piece. What has to do with it then? Bawled the old licentiate Gabriel of Leon indignantly. It turns with the wind, replied the bachelor. The whole company burst into a shout of laughter at this assertion, which they were far from considering as serious, and I myself thought that Melchior had only launched it by way of adding the zest of wit to the severity of critical discussion. But I was out in my calculation respecting the character of that eminent scholar. He had not a grain of sprightliness or pleasantry in his whole composition. Laugh as you please, gentlemen, replied he very coolly. I maintain that there is no circumstance but the wind, unless it be the weathercock, to interest, to strike, to rouse the passions of the spectator. Figure to yourselves a multitudinous army assembled for the purpose of laying siege to Troy. Take into account the eager haste of the officers and common men to carry their enterprise into execution, that they may return with their best legs foremost into Greece, where they have left everything most dear to them, their household gods, their wives, and their children. All this while a mischievous wind from the wrong quarter keeps them port bound at Aulis, and as it were drives a nail into the very head of the expedition, so that till better weather it was impossible to go and lay siege to Priam's town. Wind and weather therefore make up the interest of this tragedy. My good wishes are with the Greeks. My whole faculties are wrapped up in the success of their design. The sailing of their fleet is with me the only hinge of the fable, and I look at the danger of Iphigenia with somewhat of a self-interested complacency, because by her death the winding up of the story into a brisk and favourable gale was likely to be accelerated. As soon as Villegas had finished his criticism, the laugh burst out more than ever at his expense. Nunez was sly enough to side with him, that a fairer scope and broader mark might be presented to the shafts of malicious wit which were let fly from all the quarters in the shipman's card, at this poster of the sea and land. But the bachelor, eyeing them all with sublime indifference and supreme contempt, gave them to understand understand how low in the list of the ignorant and vulgar they ranked in his estimation. Every moment did I expect to see these vapouring spirits kindle into a blaze and wage war against the hairy honours of each other's brainless skulls. But the joke was not carried to that length. They confined their hostilities to opprobrious epithets, and took their leave when they had eaten and drunk as much as they could get. After their departure, I asked Fabricio why he had separated himself from his treasurer, and whether they had quarrelled. Quarrelled, answered he, Heaven defend me from such a misfortune! I am on better terms than ever with Signor Don Bartron, who gave his consent to my living apart from him. Here, therefore, I receive my friends, and take my pleasure with them unmolested. You know very well that I am not of a temper to lay up treasures for those who are to come after me, and as it happens luckily, I am now in circumstances to give my little classical entertainments every day. I am delighted at it, my dear Nunez, replied I, and once more wish you joy on the success of your last tragedy. The great Lope, by his 800 dramatic pieces, never made a quarter of the money which you have got by the damnation of your Count de Saldagna. End of Book 11, Chapter 14. Book 12, Chapter 1 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 1, Gil Blas sent to Toledo by the minister, the purpose of his journey and its success. For nearly a month His Excellency had been saying to me every day, Santillane, the time is approaching when I shall call your choicest powers of address into action. But the time that was coming never came. It is a long lane, however, where there is no turning, and His Excellency at length spoke to me nearly as follows. They say that there is in the company of comedians at Toledo a young actress of much note for her personal and professional fascinations. It is affirmed that she dances and sings like all the muses and graces put together, and that the whole theatre rings with applause at her performance. To these perfections is added matchless and irresistible beauty. Such a star should only shine within the circle of a court. The king has a taste for the stage, for music, and for dancing, nor must he be debarred from the pleasure of seeing and hearing such a prodigy. I have determined on sending you to Toledo, that you may judge for yourself whether she really is so extraordinary an actress. On your feeling of her merit my measures shall be taken, for I have unlimited confidence in your discernment. I undertook to bring his lordship a good account of this business, and made my arrangements for setting out with one servant, but not in the minister's livery, by way of conducting matters more warily, and that precaution relished well with his excellency. On my arrival at Toledo, I had scarcely alighted at the inn, when the landlord, taking me for some country gentleman, said, Please your honour, you are probably come to be present at the august ceremony of an auto da fe to morrow. I answered in the affirmative, the more completely to mislead him, and keep my own counsel. You will see, replied he, one of the prettiest processions you ever saw in your life. There are said to be more than 100 prisoners, and 10 of them are to be roasted. In good truth, next morning before sunrise, I heard all the bells in the town peal merrily, and the design of their bob majors was to acquaint the people that the pastime was about to begin. Curious to see what sort of a recreation it was, I dressed in a hurry, and posted to the scene of action. All about that quarter, and along the streets where the procession was to pass, were scaffolds, on one of which I purchased a standing. The Dominicans walked first, preceded by the banner of the Inquisition. These Christian fathers were immediately followed by the hapless victims of the Holy Office, selected for this day's burnt offering. These devoted wretches walked one by one, with their head and feet bare, each of them with a taper in his hand, and a fiery, not baptismal, godfather by his side. Some had large yellow scapularies, worked with crosses of St. Andrew in red. Others wore sugar-loaf caps of paper, illustrated with flames, and diabolical figures of all sorts by way of emblem. As I looked narrowly at these objects of religious gaze, with a compassion in my heart which might have been construed criminal, had it run over from my eyes, I fancied that the Reverend Father Hilary and his companion brother Ambrose were among those who figured in the sugar-loaf caps. They passed too near for me to be deceived. What do I see? Thought I inwardly. Heaven, wearied out with the wicked lives of these two scoundrels, has given them up to the justice of the Inquisition. My whole frame trembled at the thought, and my spirits were scarcely equal to support me from fainting. My connection with these knaves, the adventure at Zelva, all our pranks in partnership rushed upon my memory, and I did not know how sufficiently to thank God for having preserved me from St. Andrew's crosses and the painted devils on the paper caps. When the ceremony was over, I returned to the inn with my heart sickening at the dreadful sight, but painful impressions soon wear away, and I thought only of my commission and its due accomplishment. I waited with impatience for playtime as the moment and scene of my commencing operations. On the opening of the doors, I repaired to the theatre and took my seat next to a knight of Alcantara. We soon got into chat. Sir, said I, the players here have been represented to me in very favourable terms. May I give credit to general report? The company is not contemptible, replied the knight. They have some first-rate performers. Among the rest, the peerless Lucretia, an actress of 14, who will astonish you, and she plays one of her best parts to-night. On the drawing up of the curtain, two actresses came on with every advantage of dress and stage effect, but neither of them could possibly be the object of my search. At length Lucretia made her appearance at the back scene, and walked forwards amidst a thunder of applause. Ah, this is she indeed, thought I, and a delicate specimen of loveliness, as I am a sinner. In her very first speech, she proved herself a child of nature, with energy and conception far above her years, and the approbation of a provincial audience was confirmed by my metropolitan judgment. The knight was happy to find I liked her, and assured me that if I had heard her sing, my ears might have rejoiced, to the sorrow of my heart. Her dancing, too, he represented as not less formidable to the free will of lordly man. I inquired what youth, blessed as the immortal gods, had the exquisite happiness of bringing himself to beggary for so sweet a girl. She is under no avowed protection, said he, and scandal has not coupled her name with private licence. But Lucretia must take care of herself, for she is under the wing of her aunt Estella, and there is not an actress in the company so warmly fledged for hatching the tender passions into life. At the name of Estella, I inquired with some eagerness who she was. One of our best performers, said my informant. She does not play to-night, to our great loss, for her cast is that of Abigail's, and she humours them to perfection. A little too broad, perhaps, but that is a fault on the right side. From the features of the description, there could be no doubt but this must be Laura, that lady so notorious in these memoirs, whom I left at Grenada. To make assurance doubly sure, I went behind the scenes after the play. There she was in the green room, flirting with some men of fashion, who probably endured the aunt for the sake of the niece. I came up to pay my devotions, but whim, or perhaps revenge for my cutting and running from Grenada, determined her to put on the stranger, and receive my compliments with so discouraging a coldness as to throw me into some little confusion. Instead of laughing it off, I was fool enough to be angry, and withdrew in a choleric determination to return next day. Laura shall smart for this, said I. Her niece shall not appear at court. I will tell the minister that she dances like a she-bear, has formed her bravura between the scream of a pea-hen and the cackle of a goose, acts like a puppet, and comprehends like an idiot. Such was my scheme of revenge, but it proved abortive. Just as I was going out of town, a footboy brought me the following note: "Forget and forgive and follow the bearer." I obeyed, and found Laura at her dressing table in very elegant apartments near the theatre. She rose to welcome me, saying, "Signor Gil Blas, you have every reason to be offended at your reception behind the scenes, which was out of character between such old friends, but I really was most abominably disconcerted. Just as you came up, one of our gentlemen had brought me some scandalous stories about my niece, whose honour has always been dearer to me than my own. On coming to myself, I immediately sent my servant to find you out, with the intention of making you amends to day." "You have done so already, my dear Laura," said I. "Let us therefore talk over old times. You may remember that I left you in a very ticklish predicament, when conscience and the fear of punishment drove me so precipitately from Grenada. How did you get off with your Portuguese lover?" "Easily enough," answered Laura. "Do not you know that in those cases men are mere fools, and acquit us women, without even calling for our defence? I faced the Marquis of Marialva out, that you were my very brother, and drew upon my impudence for the support of my credit. Do you not see," said I to my Portuguese dupe, "that this is all the contrivance of jealousy and rage? My rival Narcissa, infuriated at my possession of a heart which she had vainly attempted to gain, has bribed the candle snuffer to assert that he has seen me as Arsenia's waiting woman at Madrid. It is an abominable falsehood. The widow of Don Antonio Cello has always been too high in her notions to be the hanger-on of a theatrical mistress. Besides, what completely disproves the whole allegation is my brother's precipitate retreat. If he were here, it would be a subject of evidence, but Narcissa must have devised some stratagem to get him out of the way." "These reasons," continued Laura, "were not the most convincing in the world, but they did very well for the Marquis, and that good easy nobleman continued his confidence till his return to Portugal. This happened soon after your departure, and Zapata's wife had the pleasure of seeing me lose what she could not win. After this, I stayed some years longer at Grenada, till the company was broken up, in consequence of some squabbles which will take place in mimic as well as in real life. Some went to Seville, others to Cordova, and I came to Toledo, where I have been for these 10 years with my niece Lucretia, whose performance you must have seen last night." This was too much to be taken gravely. Laura inquired why I laughed. "Can that be a question?" said I. "You have neither brother nor sister, one or other of which is a necessary ingredient in an aunt. Besides, when I calculate in my mind the lapse of time since our last separation, and compare that period with the age of your niece, it is more than possible that your relationship may be in a nearer degree of kin." "I understand you," replied Don Antonio's widow, with something like a moral tinge of red in her cheek. "You are an accurate chronologist. There is no garbling facts in defiance of your memory. Well, then, Lucretia is my daughter by the Marquis of Marialva. It was extremely wrong, but I cannot conceal it from you." "The confession must indeed be a shock to your modesty," said I, "after telling me yourself what pranks you played with the hospital steward at Zamora. I must tell you, moreover, that Lucretia is an article of so superior a quality as to render you a public benefactor by having thrown her into the market. It were to be wished that the stolen embraces of all your fraternity might be blessed with fruitfulness, if they could secure to themselves a patent for breeding after your sample." Should any sarcastic reader, comparing this passage with some circumstances related while I was the Marquis's secretary, suspect me of being entitled to dispute the honours of paternity with that nobleman, I blush to say that my claims are entirely out of the question. I laid open my principal adventures to Laura in my turn, as well as the present state of my affairs. She listened with interest, and said, "Friend Santillane, you seem to play a principal part on the stage of the world, and I congratulate you most heartily. Should Lucretia be engaged at Madrid, I flatter myself she will find a powerful protector in Signor de Santillane." "Doubt it not," answered I. "Your daughter may have her engagement whenever you please. I can promise you that without presuming too much on my interest. I take you at your word, replied Laura, and would set out to-morrow were I not under articles to this company. An order from court will cut the knot of any articles, rejoined I, and that I take upon myself. You shall have it within a week. It is an act of chivalry to rescue Lucretia from Toledo. Such a pretty little actress belongs to the royal court, as parcel of the manor. Lucretia came into the room just as I was talking of her. The goddess Hebe herself never looked better in her best days. It was nature in the bud, exhaling the sweets of her earliest bloom, but promising a more luxuriant waste of treasure. She was just up, and her natural beauty, without the aid of art, communicated the most rapturous sensations. "Come, niece," said her mother, "thank the gentleman for all his kindness to us. He is an old friend of mine who ranks high at court, and undertakes to get us both an engagement at the Theatre Royal." The little girl seemed to be much pleased, and made me a low curtsy, saying with an enchanting smile, "I most humbly thank you for your obliging intention. But by taking me from a partial audience, are you certain that I shall not be looked down upon by that of Madrid? I may but lose by the exchange. I remember hearing my aunt say that she has seen players most favourably received in one town, and hissed off the stage in another. This absolutely frightens me. Beware, therefore, of exposing me to the derision of the court, and yourself to its reproaches." "Lovely Lucretia," answered I, "we have neither of us anything to fear. I am rather apprehensive lest, by the havoc you will make among hearts, you should excite rivalships and kindle discord among the courtiers." "My niece's fears," said Laura, "are better founded than yours, but I hope they will both prove vain. However feeble may be Lucretia's charms of person, her talents as an actress are at least above mediocrity." We continued the conversation for some time, and I could gather, from Lucretia's share in it, that she was a girl of superior talents. On taking leave, I assured them that they should immediately receive a summons to Madrid. End of Book 12, Chapter 1. Book 12, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 2. Santillane makes his report to the minister, who commissions him to send for Lucretia. The first appearance of that actress before the court. On my return, I found my Lord Duke impatient to be informed of my success. "Have you seen her?" said he. "Is she worth transplanting?" "My lord," answered I, "fame, which generally runs beyond all discretion in its report of beauty, has erred on the side of parsimony in its estimate of the matchless young Lucretia. She is all that youthful poets fancy when they feign for personal attractions, and all that veteran managers seek when they sign articles in scenic qualifications." "Is it possible?" exclaimed the minister with a satisfaction which involuntarily peeped out at his eyes, and made me think he had some selfish hankerings after the article of my marketing at Toledo. "Is it possible? And is she really so charming a creature?" "When you see her," replied I, "you will own that any verbal picture of her perfections must be altogether inadequate to their due description." His Excellency then requiring a minute account of my journey, I gave him all the particulars, not excepting Laura's story and Lucretia's parentage. His lordship was delighted at the latter circumstance, and enjoined me, with a cordial compliment on my skill in such delicate negotiations, to finish as auspiciously as I had begun my undertaking. I went to look for Carnero, and told him that it was his Excellency's pleasure he should make out an order for the admission of Estella and Lucretia, actresses from the Toledo theatre, into his majesty's company. "Say you so, Signor de Santillane?" answered Carnero, with a sarcastic leer. you shall not be kept long in suspense, since you take so marked an interest in the fortunes of these two ladies." He expedited the order in my presence, and within a week the mother and daughter sent me notice of their arrival. I immediately hastened to their lodging near the theatre, and after an interchange of thanks on their part, and assurances of continued support on mine, left them with my best wishes for a brilliant career of success. Their names were announced in the bills as two new actresses, engaged by the special mandate of the court. They made their first appearance in a play which they had been accustomed to perform in at Toledo with loud and unanimous applause. Novelty is the very life and soul of theatrical entertainments. The house was uncommonly crowded, and I, of course, was among the audience. I was rather frightened before the curtain drew up. Prejudiced as I was in favour of the candidates, my alarm was in proportion to my interest. But when once they were fairly on the boards, the din of welcome quieted all my apprehensions. Estella was considered as a first-rate actress in comic parts, and Lucretia as a female Roscius in heroines and lovesick damsels. But the love which she feigned herself, she really kindled in the hearts of the spectators. Some admired the beauty of her eyes, others were touched with the plaintive sweetness of her voice, and all, bowing to the triumph of youth, vivacity, and elegance, went away in raptures with her person. My Lord Duke, who took an uncommon interest in this theatrical event, was at the play that evening. I saw him leave his box at the end of the piece, with evident approbation of our new performers. Curious to know whether they equalled his expectations, I followed him home and into his closet, saying, "Well, my lord, is your excellency well pleased with little Marialva?" "My excellency," answered he with a sly smile, "must be very difficult to be pleased, not to confirm the public voice. Yes, indeed, my good friend, I am enraptured with your Lucretia, and firmly believe that the king will not see her without emotion." End of Book 12, Chapter 2. Book 12, Chapter 3 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 3, Lucretia's popularity, her appearance before the king, his passion, and its consequences. Great was the noise about the court on this double acquisition to the theatre. It became the topic of conversation next day at the king's levee. The young Lucretia was most in the mouths of the nobility, who described her so feelingly that his majesty could not but imbibe the impression, though he was too politic to express his interest either in words or by looks. To make amends for that restraint, he questioned the minister as soon as he was alone with him, who stated the success of a young actress from Toledo on the evening before. "Her name," added he, "is Lucretia, and it is really a pity that ladies of her profession should ever have been christened by any less chaste appellative. She is an acquaintance of Santillane, who spoke so highly of her, that I thought it right to engage her for your majesty's company." The king smiled at the mention of my name, recollecting, perhaps, through what channel he became acquainted with Catalina, and foreboding a like assistance on the present occasion. "Count," said he to the minister, "I mean to see this Lucretia act to-morrow, and will thank you to let her know it." I was, of course, sent with this intelligence to the two actresses. "Great news!" said I to Laura, whom I saw first. "You will have the sovereign of the Spanish monarchy among your audience to-morrow, as the minister has desired me to inform you. I cannot doubt but you will both of you do your best to prove yourselves worthy of a royal command, but I would advise you to choose a piece with music and dancing, that all Lucretia's accomplishments may be displayed at one view." We will take your counsel, answered Laura, and it shall not be our faults if his majesty is disappointed. That can scarcely happen, said I, seeing Lucretia come into the room in an undress which showed her person to more advantage than all the wardrobe of the theatre. He will be the more delighted with your lovely niece, because dancing and music are his principal pleasures. He may even be tempted to throw her the handkerchief. I do not at all wish, replied Laura, that he should be that way inclined. All-powerful monarch as he is, he might not find the accomplishment of his desires so easy. Lucretia, though brought up behind the scenes, is not without virtuous principles. Whatever pleasure she may take in applause and professional reputation, she had much rather preserve the character of a good girl than establish that of a great actress. Aunt, said little Marialva, joining in the conversation, why conjure up monsters only to lay them again? I shall never be at a loss to repel the king's advances, because his taste is too refined to stoop so low. But, charming Lucretia, said I, if such a thing should happen, would you be cruel enough to let him languish like a common lover? Why not? Answered she. Setting virtue aside, my vanity would be more flattered by my own resistance than by the tribute of his affection. I was not a little surprised to hear a pupil of Laura's school talk so properly, and to find that with so free an education she imbibed such unusual principles of morality. The king, impatient to see Lucretia, went to the play next evening. The piece was got up with music and dancing to show our young actress off to the best advantage. My eyes were fixed on his majesty, but he completely eluded my penetration by an obstinate gravity. On the following day, the minister said, Santillane, I have just been with the king, who has been talking about Lucretia with so much animation, that I doubt not but he is smitten. And as I told him that you had sent for her from Toledo, he expressed a wish to confer with you in private on the subject. Orders are given for your admittance. Run and bring me back an account of what passes. I flew to the palace and found the king alone. He was walking up and down in much apparent perplexity. He put several questions to me about Lucretia, made me relate her history, and then asked whether the little jade had not been tampering with chastity already. I boldly assured him to the contrary, though such pledges were somewhat hazardous in general, but mine was taken, and gave the prince much pleasure. If so, replied he, I select you for my agent with Lucretia. Let her become acquainted with her triumph from your lips. He then put a box of jewels into my hand, worth 50,000 crowns, with a message begging her acceptance of them, and promising more substantial proofs of his affection. Before I went on my errand, I reported progress to my lord duke. That minister, I thought, would be more vexed than rejoiced at it, supposing that he had his own views of gallantry towards Lucretia, and would learn with regret the rivalship of his master. But I was mistaken. Far from appearing chagrined, his joy was so excessive that it would ooze out at his tongue in words which were not quite lost on the hearer. Indeed, friend Philip, then I have you in my clutches. While your pleasures lead you, your business must be left to me. This side speech explained to me the plot, an amorous prince and a long-headed minister. My orders were to execute my commission as speedily as possible, with the assurance that the first lord in the land would be proud to stand in my shoes. Besides, there was no pimp of rank, as in the former case, to seize the profit and leave the infamy with me. The honour and emolument were now exclusively my own. Thus did his excellency relish the ingredients of pandarism to my palate, and I tasted them with the greediness, but not without the qualms, of an epicure, for since my imprisonment I had become regenerate, and did not take pride in dirty work, because my employer washed his hands in perfumed water. But though conscience was awake, interest was not asleep. I was no longer a villain for the fun of it, but my compliance would confirm my footing with the minister, and him it was my duty at all events to please. My first appeal was to Laura in private. I opened the negotiation delicately, and presented my credentials in the form of the jewel box. The lady was thrown off her guard by the display. Signor Gil Blas, cried she, you are one of my oldest friends, and I must not play the hypocrite. Straight-laced morals are inconsistent with the discipline of my sect. Nothing can be more delightful to me than a conquest which throws such a game into our hands. But between ourselves, I am afraid Lucretia is not so enlightened as we are. Though a daughter of Thalia, she has taken the better behaved goddesses for her school mistresses, and given a rebuff to two young noblemen of amiable manners and large fortunes. They were not kings, you will say, and truly we may hope that Lucretia's virtue will be too undisciplined to stand a royal siege. But you must remember the event is hazardous, and I shall not interpose my authority to compel her. If, far from thinking herself honoured by the fleeting passion of the king, she should revolt from his advances with disdain, let not our illustrious sovereign be offended at her reserve. But do you come back hither to-morrow, and carry back either the jewels or a return of affection. I had no doubt but Laura would tutor Lucretia in the school of time-serving morality, and depended much on her instruction. It was therefore no small surprise to find that Laura worked as much against wind and tide to launch her daughter into the trade wind of evil as other maternal pilots to set the sails of theirs in the contrary monsoon of good. And what is still more unaccountable, Lucretia, after tasting of royal delights, was so completely surfeited with the banquet as to throw herself at once into the arms of the church, where she professed, fell sick, and died of grief. Laura, disconsolate for the loss of her daughter and the part she herself had acted in the tragedy, retired into a convent of female penitents, and did penance for the unhallowed pleasures of her former life. The king was affected by his sudden loss, but soon found comfort in some other pursuit. The premier talked little on the subject, but thought so much the more, as the reader will easily believe. End of Book 12, Chapter 3. Book 12, Chapter 4 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 4, Santillane in a New Office. My feelings were all alive to Lucretia's ill fate and my own infamy in having contributed to it. The royal wants of the lover were no excuse for my taking the post of cheapener, and I determined to resign the staff of office in that department, entreating the minister to employ me in some other. He was charmed with my nice sense of honour, and promised to comply with my scruples, laying open his inmost heart in the following speech. Some years before I was in office, chance threw me across a lady of such shape and beauty as induced me to trace her home. I learned that she was a Genoese by name Donna Margarita Spinola, supporting herself at Madrid on the income arising from her beauty. It was reported that Don Francisco de Valazar, an officer about the court, a rich man, an old man, and a married man, laid out his money very freely on this hazardous speculation. These rumours ought to have deterred me, but they only whetted my desires to share with Valazar. To gain my end, I had recourse to a female broker of tenderness, who adjusted the terms of a private interview with the Genoese, and the price current being settled, the traffic was frequently repeated. It was an open market for my rival and me, or possibly for many other bidders. Let that be as it may, a choice boy was in the fullness of time produced to the club, and the mother complimented every member individually in private with the credit. But we were each of us too modest to acknowledge a bantling which had so probable a claim upon a better father, so that the Genoese was compelled to maintain him on the profits of her profession. This she did for 18 years, and dying at the end of that period, has left her son without a farthing, and, what is worse, without an idea or an accomplishment. Such, continued his lordship, is the confidence I meant to repose in you, and I shall now lay open the great design I have formed, to draw this unfortunate child from his obscurity, reverse the colour of his fate, raise him to the highest honours, and acknowledge him as my son. At so extravagant a project it was impossible not to be open-mouthed. What, sir, exclaimed I, can your excellency have adopted so strange a resolution? Excuse my freedom, but my zeal cannot restrain itself. You will be of my mind, replied he with eagerness, when I shall have explained to you my motives. I have no mind that my estates should descend in the collateral line. You will tell me that I am not so old as to despair of having children by Madame d'Olivarez, but every one is best judge of his own condition. Know, therefore, that there is not a receipt in the whole extent of chemistry which I have not tried, but without effect, to appear once again in the character of a father. Wherefore, since fortune, stepping in to cover the defects of nature, presents me with a child whose parent, after all, I may actually be, he is mine by adoption. That is a settled point. When I found the minister determined, I no longer argued against his resolution, as knowing him to be a man who would rather do a foolish act of his own than adopt a wise suggestion of another. It only remains now, added he, to educate Don Henry Philip de Guzman, for by that name I intend him to be known in the world, till the time arrives when he may aspire to higher dignities. You, my dear Santillane, I have chosen to superintend his conduct. I have full confidence in your talents and friendship, to regulate his household, direct his studies, and make him an accomplished gentleman. I would willingly have declined the office, as never having exercised the craft of a pedagogue, which required much more genius and solidity than mine, but he shut my mouth by saying it was his absolute determination that I should be tutor to this adopted son, whom he designed for the first offices of the monarchy. As a bribe for my compliance, his lordship increased my little income with a pension of 1,000 crowns on the commandery of Mambra. End of Book 12, Chapter 4. Book 12, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 5. The son of the Genoese is acknowledged by a legal instrument, and named Don Henry Philip de Guzman. Santillane establishes his household and arranges the course of his studies. The act of adoption was soon legalized with the king's consent and good pleasure. Don Henry Philip de Guzman, as this descendant from a committee of fathers was named, became acknowledged successor to the earldom of Olivarez and the duchy of Sanlúcar. The minister, to give the act all possible publicity, communicated it through Carnero to the ambassadors and grandees of Spain, who were somewhat startled. The jokers of Madrid were not insensible to the ridicule, and the satirical poets made their harvest of so fine a subject for their pen. I asked my Lord Duke where my pupil was. Here in town, answered he, with an aunt, from whom I shall remove him as soon as you have got a house ready. This I did immediately, and furnished it magnificently. When my establishment was complete in servants and officers, his excellency sent for this equivocal production, this spurious offset from the renowned stock of the Guzmans. The lad was tall and personable. Don Henry, said his lordship, pointing to me, this gentleman is to be your tutor and introduce you into the world. He has my entire confidence and an unlimited authority over you. After much good advice and many compliments to me, the minister retired, and I took Don Henry home. As soon as we got thither, I introduced him to his household, and explained the nature of each individual's employment. He did not seem at all disconcerted at the change of circumstances, but received the obeisances of his dependents as if he had been a lord by nature, and not by chance. He was not without mother wit, but ignorant in a deplorable degree. He could scarcely read and write. I gave him masters for the Latin grammar, geography, history, and fencing. A dancing master, of course, was not forgotten, but in an affair of the first consequence selection was difficult, for there were more eminent professors of that art in Madrid than of all the languages and sciences put together. While I was pondering on this difficulty, a man gaudily dressed came into the courtyard and inquired for me. I went down, supposing him to be at least a knight of some military or privileged order. Signor de Santillane, said he, with a profusion of bows which anticipated his line in life, I am come to offer you my services as Don Henry's governor. My name is Martin Ligero, and I have, thank heaven, some reputation in the world. I have no occasion to canvass for scholars. That is all very well for petty dancing masters. My custom is to wait till I am sent for, but being a sort of appendage to the house of Guzman, and having taught its various branches for a long period, I thought it a point of respect to wait on you first. I perceive, answered I, that you are just the man we want. What are your terms? 4 double pistoles a month, answered he, and I give but 2 lessons a week. 4 doubloons a month, cried I, that is an exorbitant price. Exorbitant, rejoined he with astonishment, why it is not more than 8 times as much as you would give to a mathematical master or a Greek professor. There was no resisting so ludicrous a comparison of merit. I laughed outright, and asked Signor Ligero whether he really thought his talents worth more than those of the first proficients in learning and science. Most assuredly, said he, at least if you measure our pretensions by their respective utility. What sort of machines may those be which are fashioned under their hands? Jointless puppets, unlicked cubs, open-mouthed and impenetrable shell-fish. But our lessons supple and render pliant the intractable stiffness of their component parts, and bring them insensibly into shape. In short, we communicate to them a graceful motion, a polite address, the carriage of good company, and the outward marks of elevated rank. I could not but give way to such cogent arguments in favour of the dancing master's occupation, and engaged him about Don Henry's person without haggling as to terms, since those specified were only at the rate established by the leading professors of the art. End of Book 12, Chapter 5. Book 12, Chapter 6 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 6, Scipio's return from New Spain. Gil Blas places him about Don Henry's person, that young nobleman's course of study, his career of honour, and his father's matrimonial speculation on his behalf, a patent of nobility conferred on Gil Blas against his will. I had not yet half arranged Don Henry's household when Scipio returned from Mexico. He brought with him 3,000 ducats in cash, and merchandise to double the amount. I wish you joy, said I. The foundation of your fortune is laid, and if you prefer a snug berth at Madrid to the risk of going back, you have only to tell me so. There is no question about that, said the son of Castellina. A genteel situation at home is far preferable to a second voyage. After relating the birth and adventures of the little adopted Guzman, and my own appointment as tutor, I offered him the situation of upper servant to this babe of chance. Scipio, who could have devised nothing better for himself, readily accepted the office, and within the small space of 3 or 4 days got the length of his new master's foot. I had taken it for granted that the verb grinders and concord manufacturers, to whom I had given the plant of this Genoese bastard, would lose stock and block under the idea that he was of an intractable and profitless age. But my forebodings were completely reversed. He not only comprehended, but easily retained the lessons of his masters, and they were very well satisfied with him. I was in an enormous hurry to greet the ears of my lord duke with this intelligence, and he received it with abundant joy. Santillane, exclaimed he with delight, you give me new life by the assurance of Don Henry's capacity and application. It runs in the blood of the Guzmans, and I am the more confirmed in his being unquestionably my own, because I am just as fond of him as if Madame d'Olivarez herself had lain in of the brat in due form under this very roof. The voice of nature, you perceive, will make itself heard. I thought it unnecessary to give his lordship any opinion on that subject, but with a delicate deference to his credulity, left him to enjoy his fancied paternity in peace, whether well or ill founded. Though all the Guzmans held this clod of newly turned up nobility in utter scorn, they were politic enough to smooth over the corrugations of their contempt. Nay, some of them even affected to languish for his good opinion. The ambassadors and principal nobility then at Madrid waited on him with all the ceremony appertaining to the rank of a legitimate son. The minister, intoxicated with the fumes of incense offered to his idol, began to build a temple worthy of the worship. The cross of Alcantara was the foundation, with a commandery of 10,000 crowns. The next step was to a high office in the royal household, and the completion of the whole was matrimony. Wishing to connect him with a family of the first rank, he picked out Donna Johanna de Velasco, daughter to the Duke of Castile, and had influence enough to accomplish the alliance, though against the will of the Duke and of all his kindred. Some days before the nuptial ceremony, his lordship put some papers into my hand, saying, Here, Gil Blas, is a patent of nobility which I have procured as the reward of your services. My lord, answered I, in much astonishment, your excellency knows very well that I am the son of an usher and a duenna. It would be caricaturing the peerage to confer it on me, and besides, of all the boons in his majesty's power to bestow, it is that which I deserve and desire the least. Your birth, replied the minister, is a slight objection. You have been employed on affairs of state under the Duke of Lerma's administration, and under mine. Besides, added he with a smile, have you not rendered some things to Caesar, which Caesar is bound on the honour of a prince to render back in another shape? To deal candidly, Santillane, you will make just as good a lord as the best of them. Nay, more than that, your high office about my son is incompatible with plebeian rank, and therefore have I procured you to be created. Since your excellency will have it so, replied I, there is no more to be said. So, saying no more, I put my new blown honours in my pocket, and walked off. Now can I make any Joan a lady, said I to myself, when I had got into the street. But it was not the handiwork of my parents that made me a gentleman. I may add a foot of honour to my name whenever I please, and if any of my acquaintance should snuff or snigger when they call me Don, I may suck my teeth, lean upon my elbow, and draw out my credentials of heraldry. But let us see what they contain, and how the corporeal particles which have accrued during my artificial contact with the court are distinguished by genealogical metaphysics from the native clay of my original extraction. The instrument ran thus in substance: that the king, in acknowledgment of my zeal in more than one instance for his service and the good of the state, had been graciously pleased to confer this mark of distinction on me. I may safely say that the recollection of the act for which I was promoted effectually kept down my pride. Neither did the bashfulness of low birth ever forsake me, so that nobility to me was like a hair shirt to a penitent. I determined, therefore, to lock up the evidences of my shame in a private drawer, instead of blazoning them to dazzle the eyes of the foolish and corrupt. End of Book 12, Chapter 6. Book 12, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 7, an accidental meeting between Gil Blas and Fabrizio, their last conversation together, and a word to the wise from Nunez. The poet of the Asturias, as the reader, if he thought of him, may have remarked, was very negligent in his intercourse with me. It was not to be expected that my employments would leave me time to go and look after him. I had not seen him since the critical discussion touching the Iphigenia of Euripides, when chance threw me across him as he came out of a printing house. I accosted him, saying, So, Master Nunez, you have got among the printers. This looks as if we were threatened with some new production. You may indeed prepare yourselves for such an event, answered he. I have a pamphlet just ready for publication, which is likely to make some noise in the literary world. There can be no question about its merit, replied I, but I cannot conceive why you waste your time in writing pamphlets. It should seem as if such squibs and rockets were scarcely worth the powder expended in their manufacture. It is very true, rejoined Fabrizio, and I am well aware that none but the most vulgar gazers are caught by such holiday fireworks. However, this single one has escaped me, and I must own that it is a child of necessity. Hunger, as you know, will bring the wolf out of the forest. What, exclaimed I, is it the author of the Count of Saldagna who holds this language? A man with an annuity of 2,000 crowns? Gently, my friend, interrupted Nunez. I am no longer a pensioned poet. The affairs of the treasurer Don Bertrand are all at sixes and sevens. He has been at the gaming table and played with the public money. An extent has issued, and my rent charge is gone post haste to the devil. That is a sad affair, said I, but may not matters come round again in that quarter? No chance of it, answered he. Signor Gomez del Ribero, in plight as destitute as that of his poor bard, is sunk for ever, nor can he, as they say, by any possible contrivance, be set afloat again. In that case, my good friend, replied I, we must look out for some post which may make you amends for the loss of your annuity. I will ease your conscience on that score, said he, though you should offer me the wealth of the Indies as a salary in one of your offices, I would reject the boon. Clerkships are no object to a partner in the firm of the Muses. A literary birth, or absolute starvation, for your humble servant. If you must have it plump, I was born to live and die a poet, and the man whose destiny is hanging will never be drowned. But do not suppose, continued he, that we are altogether forlorn and destitute. Besides that we accommodate the requisites of independence to our finances, we do not look far beyond our noses in calculating the average of our fortunes. It is insinuated that we often dine with the most abstemious orders of the religious, but our sanctity in this particular is too credulously imputed. There is not one of my brother wits, without excepting the calculators of almanacs, who has not a plate laid for him at some substantial table. For my own part, I have the run of 2 good houses. To the master of one I have dedicated a romance, and he is the first commissioner of taxes who was ever associated with the Muses. The other is a rich tradesman in Madrid, whose lust is to get wits about him. He is not nice in his choice, and this town furnishes abundance to those who value wit more by quantity than quality. Then I no longer feel for you, said I to the poet of the Asturias, since you are satisfied in your condition. But be that as it may, I assure you once more that you have a friend in Gil Blas, however you may slight him. If you want my purse, come and take it. It will not fail you at a pinch, and you must not stand between me and my sincere friendship. By that burst of sentiment, exclaimed Nunez, I know and thank my friend Santillane. In return, let me give you a salutary caution. While my Lord Duke is in his meridian, and you are all in all with him, reap, bind, and gather in your harvest. When the sun sets, the gleaners are sent home. I asked Fabricio whether his suspicions were surely founded, and he returned me this answer. My information comes from an old knight of Calatrava, who pokes his nose into secrets of all sorts. His authority passes current at Madrid, much as that of the Pythian newsmongers did through Greece, and thus his oracle was pronounced in my hearing. My Lord Duke has a host of enemies in battle array against him. He reckons too securely upon his influence with the king, for his majesty, as the report goes, begins to take in hostile representations with patience. I thank Nunez for his friendly warning, but without much faith in his prediction. My master's authority seemed rooted in the court, like the tempest-scoffing firmness of an oak in the native soil of the forest. End of Book 12, Chapter 7. Book 12, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 8, Gil Blas finds that Fabricio's hint was not without foundation. The King's Journey to Saragossa. The poet of the Asturias was no bad politician. There was a court plot against the Duke, with the Queen at the bottom, but their plans were too deeply laid to bubble at the surface. During the space of a whole year, my simplicity was insensible to the brewing of the tempest. The revolt of the Catalans, with France at their back, and the ill success of the war for their suppression, excited the murmurs of the people and whetted their tongues against government. A council was held in the royal presence, and the Marquis de Grana, the emperor's ambassador, was specially requested to assist. The subject in debate was whether the king should remain in Castile or go and take the command of his troops in Aragon. The minister spoke first and gave it as his opinion that his majesty should not quit the seat of government. All the members supported his arguments, with the exception of the Marquis de Grana, whose whole heart was with the House of Austria, and the sentiments of his soul on the tip of his tongue after the homely honesty of his nation. He argued so forcibly against the minister that the king embraced his opinion from conviction, though contrary to the vote of council, and fixed the day when he would set out for the army. This was the first time that ever the sovereign had differed from his favourite, and the latter considered it as an inexpiable affront. Just as the minister was withdrawing to his closet, there to bite upon the bridle, he espied me, called me in, and told me with much discomposure what had passed in debate. Yes, Santillane, observed he, the king, who for the last 20 years has spoken only through my mouth and seen with my eyes, is now to be wheedled over by Grana, and that on the score of zeal for the House of Austria, as if that German had a more Austrian soul in his body than myself. Hence it is easy to perceive, continued the minister, that there is a strong party against me, with the Queen at the head. Heaven forbid it, said I. Has not the Queen for upwards of 12 years been accustomed to your paramount authority, and have you not taught the King the knack of not consulting her? The desire of making a campaign may for once have enlisted his majesty on the side of the Marquis de Grana. Say rather that the King, argued my Lord Duke, will be surrounded by his principal officers when in camp, and then the disaffected will find their opportunity for poisoning him against my administration. But they overreach themselves, for I shall completely insulate the prince from all their approaches. And so he did, in a manner which, for example, deserves not to be passed over. The day of the king's departure being arrived, the monarch, leaving the queen regent, proceeded for Saragossa by way of Aranjuez, a delightful residence where he whiled away 3 weeks. Cuenca was the next stage, where the minister detained him still longer by a succession of amusements. A hunting party was contrived at Molina in Aragon, and hence there was no choice of road but to Saragossa. The army was near at hand, and the king was preparing to review it, but his keeper sickened him of the project by making him believe that he would be taken by the French, who were in force in the neighbourhood, so that he was cowed by a groundless apprehension, and consented to be a prisoner in his own court. The minister, from an affectionate regard to his safety, secluded him from all approach, so that the principal nobility, who had equipped themselves at enormous charges to be about his person, could not even procure an occasional audience. Philip, weary of bad lodgings and worse recreation at Saragossa, and perhaps feeling himself scarcely his own master, soon returned to Madrid. Thus ended the royal campaign, and the care of maintaining the honour of the Spanish colours was left to the Marquis de los Valles, Commander-in-Chief. End of Book 12, Chapter 8. Book 12, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 9, The Revolution of Portugal and Disgrace of the Prime Minister. A few days after the king's return, an alarming report prevailed at Madrid that the Portuguese, considering the Catalan revolt as an opportunity offered them by fortune for throwing off the Spanish yoke, had taken arms and chosen the Duke of Braganza for their king, with a full determination of supporting him on the throne. In this they conceived that they did not reckon without their host, because Spain was then embroiled in Germany, Italy, Flanders, and Catalonia. They could not, in fact, have hit upon a crisis more favourable for their deliverance from so galling a yoke. It was a strange circumstance that while both court and city were struck with consternation at the news, my Lord Duke attempted to joke with the king, and make the Duke of Braganza his butt. Philip, however, far from falling in with this ill-timed pleasantry, assumed a serious air of ill omen to the minister, who felt his seat to totter under him. The queen was now his declared enemy, and openly accused him of having caused the revolt of Portugal by his misconduct. The nobility in general, and especially those who had been at Saragossa, when they saw a cloud gathering about the minister, joined the queen's party. But the decisive blow was the return of the Duchess Dowager of Mantua from her government of Portugal to Madrid, for she proved clearly to the king's conviction that the counsels of his own cabinet produced the revolution. His Majesty, deeply impressed with what he had heard, was now completely recovered from every symptom of partiality towards his favourite. The minister, finding that his enemies were in possession of the royal ear, wrote for permission to resign his employments and retire from court, since all the political mischances of the time were ascribed to his personal delinquency. He expected a letter like this to produce a wonderful effect, reckoning as he did upon the prince's private friendship, which could scarcely brook a separation, but his majesty's answer undeceived him by laconically complying with his ostensible wish to withdraw. Such a sentence of banishment in the king's own handwriting came like a thunderstorm in harvest. But though destruction to his long-cherished hopes, he affected the serene look of constancy, and asked me what I would do in his circumstances. I would drive before the wind, said I, renounce the ungrateful court, and pass the remainder of my days in peace on my own estate. You counsel wisely, replied my master, and I shall set out for Lichis there to finish my career. After one more interview with his majesty, for I could wish just to convince him that I have done what man can do to support the heavy load of state upon my shoulders, and that it was not within the compass of possibility to prevent the unfortunate events which are imputed to me as a crime. It were equally reasonable to charge the pilot with the wrecking fury of the storm, and make him answerable for the uncontrolled power of the elements. Thus did the minister inwardly flatter himself that he could set things to rights again, and once more fix firm the seat which was shaking under him, but he could not procure an audience, and was even commanded to resign his key of private admission into his majesty's closet. This last requisition convinced him that there was no hope, and he now made up his mind in earnest for retirement. He looked over his papers, and had the prudence to burn a good number. He then selected a small household for his retreat, and publicly announced his departure for the next day. Apprehending insult from the mob, if the time and manner of his setting out were public, he escaped early in the morning through the kitchens out at the back door, got into a shabby hired carriage with his confessor and me, and reached in safety the road leading to Lichis, a village on his own estate, where his countess had founded a magnificent convent of Dominican nuns. End of Book 12, Chapter 9. Book 12, Chapter 10 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 10, a difficult but successful weaning from the world, the minister's employments and his retreat. Madame d'Olivarez stayed behind her husband some few days, with the intention of trying what her tears and entreaties might do towards his recall. But in vain did she prostrate herself before their majesties. The king paid not the least attention to her pleadings and remonstrances, though artfully adapted for effect, and the queen, who hated her mortally, took a savage pleasure in her tears. The minister's lady, however, was not easily discouraged. She stooped so low as to solicit their good offices from the ladies of the bedchamber. But the fruit of all this meanness was only the sad conviction that it excited more contempt than pity. Heartbroken at having degraded herself by supplications so humiliating and yet so unavailing, she departed to her husband, and mourned with him the loss of a situation which, under a reign like that of Philip IV, was little short of sovereign power. The accounts her ladyship brought from Madrid were wormwood to the duke. Your enemies, said she, sobbing, with the Duke of Medina Celi at their head, are loud in the king's praises for your removal, and the people triumph in your disgrace with an insolent joy, as if the cloud of adversity were to be dispelled by the breath which dissolved your administration. Madam, said my master, follow my example, suppress your discontent. We must drive before the storm when we cannot weather it. I did think indeed that my favour would only be eclipsed with the lamp of life, a common illusion of ministers and favourites who forget that they breathe but at the good pleasure of their sovereign. Was not the Duke of Lerma as much mistaken as myself, though fondly relying on his purple as a pledge for the lasting tenure of his authority? Thus did my Lord Duke preach patience to the partner of his cares, while his own bosom heaved under the direst pressure of anxiety. The frequent dispatches from Don Henry, who was staying about the court to pick up information, kept him continually on the fret. Scipio was the messenger, for he was still about the person of that young nobleman, though I had relinquished my post on his marriage. Sometimes we heard of changes in the inferior departments of office, solely for the purpose of wreaking vengeance on his creatures, and filling up the vacancies with his enemies. Then Don Luis de Haro was represented as advancing in favour, and likely to be made prime minister. But the most mortifying circumstance of all was the change in the viceroyalty of Naples, which was taken from his friend the Duke de Medina de las Torres, and bestowed on the high admiral of Castile, who was his bitterest enemy. For this there was no other motive but the pleasure of giving pain to a fallen favourite. For the first 3 months his lordship gave himself up in his solitude, a prey to disappointment and regret. But his confessor, a holy and pious Dominican, supporting his religious zeal with manly eloquence, succeeded in pouring the balm of consolation into his soul. By continually representing to him with apostolic energy that his eternal salvation was now the only object worth his care, he weaned him gradually from the uses of this world. His excellency was no longer panting for news from Madrid, but learning a new and important lesson, how to die. Madame d'Olivarez, too, making a virtue of necessity, sought refuge for herself in the maternal guardianship of her convent, where Providence had reared up, for her edification in faith and good works, a sisterhood of holy maidens, whose spiritual discourses fed her soul as if with manna in the wilderness. My master's peace within his own bosom advanced, as he withdrew more backward from sublunary things. The employment of his day was thus laid out. Almost the whole morning was devoted to religious duties till dinner time, and after dinner, for about 2 hours, he played at different games with me and some of his confidential domestics. He then generally retired alone into his closet till sunset, when he walked round his garden, or rode out into the neighbourhood, either with his confessor or me. One day, when I was alone with him, and was particularly struck with his apparent self-complacency, I took the liberty of congratulating his lordship on his complete reconciliation to retirement. Use, however late acquired, is second nature, answered he, for though I have all my life been accustomed to the bustle of business, I assure you that I become every day more and more attached to this calm and peaceful mode of life. End of Book 12, Chapter 10. Book 12, Chapter 11 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 11, A Change in his Lordship for the Worse, the Marvellous Cause and Melancholy Consequences of his Dejection. His Excellency sometimes amused himself with gardening by way of variety. One day, as I was watching his progress, he said jokingly, "You see, Santillane, a fallen minister can turn gardener at last." "Nature will prevail, my lord," answered I. "You plant and water something useful at Lichys, while Dionysius of Syracuse whipped schoolboys at Corinth." My master was not displeased either with the comparison or the compliment. We were all delighted at the castle to see our protector rising above the cloud of adversity, take pleasure in so novel a mode of life. But we soon perceived an alarming change. He became gloomy, thoughtful, and melancholy. Our parties at play were all given up, and no efforts could succeed to divert his mind. From dinner time till evening he never left his closet. We thought the dreams of vanished greatness had returned to break his rest, and in this opinion the reverend Dominican gave the rein to his eloquence, but it could not outstrip the course of that hypochondriac malady which triumphed over all opposition. It seemed to me there was some deeper cause which it behoved a sincere friend to fathom. Taking advantage of our being alone together, "My lord," said I, in a tone of mingled respect and affection, "whence is it that you are no longer so cheerful as heretofore? Has your philosophy lost ground, or has the world recovered its allurements? Surely you would not plunge again into that gulf where your virtue must inevitably be shipwrecked." "No, heaven be praised," replied the minister. "My part at court has long faded from my memory, and its trappings from my eyes." "Indeed! Why then," resumed I, "since you have strength enough to banish false regrets, are you so weak as to indulge a melancholy which alarms us all?" "What is the matter with you, my dear master?" continued I, falling at his knees. "Some secret sorrow preys upon you. Can you hide it from Santillane, whose zeal, discretion, and fidelity you have so often experienced? Why am I so unhappy as to have lost your confidence?" "You still possess it," said his lordship, "but I must own it is reluctantly that I shall reveal the subject of my distress. Yet the importunities of such a friend are irresistible. To no one else could I impart so singular a confidence. Yes, I am the prey of a morbid melancholy which eats inwardly into my vitals. A spectre haunts me every moment, arrayed in the most terrific form of preternatural horror. In vain have I argued with myself that it is a vision of the brain, an unreal mockery. Its continual presentments blast my sight and unseat my reason. Though my understanding teaches me that in looking on this spectre I stare at vacancy, my spirits are too weak to derive comfort from the conviction. Thus much have you extorted from me. Now judge whether the cause of my melancholy is fit to be divulged." With equal grief and astonishment did I listen to the strange confession, which implied a total derangement of the nervous system. "This, my lord," said I, "must proceed from injudicious abstinence." "So I thought at first," answered he, "and to try the experiment, I have been eating more than usual for some days past. But it is all to no purpose, the phantom takes his stand as usual." "It will vanish," said I, "if your excellency will only divert your mind by your accustomed relaxations with your household. Company and gentle occupation are the best remedies for these affections of the spirits." In a short time after this conversation, his lordship became seriously indisposed, and sent for 2 notaries from Madrid to make his will. 3 capital physicians followed in their track, who had the reputation of curing their patients now and then. As soon as it was noised about the castle that these last undertakers were arrived, the case was given up for lost. Weeping and gnashing of teeth took place universally, and the family mourning was ordered. They brought with them their usual understrappers, an apothecary, and a surgeon. The notaries were suffered to earn their fee first, after which death's notaries prepared to take a bond of the patient. They practised in the school of Sangrado, and from their very first consultation ordered bleeding so frequently and freely, that in 6 days they brought his lordship to the point of death, and on the 7th delivered him from the terror of his sprite. After the minister's decease, a lively and sincere sorrow reigned in the castle of Lichis. The whole household wept bitterly. Far from deriving consolation from the certainty of being remembered in his will, there was not a dependent who would not willingly have saved his life by the sacrifice of the legacy. As for me, whom he most delighted in, attached to him as I was from disinterested friendship, my grief was more acute than that of the rest. I question whether Antonia cost me more tears. End of Book 12, Chapter 11. Book 12, Chapter 12 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 12, The Proceedings at the Castle of Lichis after his Lordship's death, and the course which Santillane adopted. The minister, according to his last injunctions, was buried without pomp and without procession in the convent, with a dirge of our lamentations. After the funeral, Madame de Olivares called us together to hear the will read, with which the household had good reason to be satisfied. Every one had a legacy proportioned to his claim, and none less than 2,000 crowns. Mine was the largest, amounting to 10,000 pistoles, as a mark of his singular regard. The hospitals were not forgotten, and provision was made for an annual commemoration in several convents. Madame d'Olivares sent all the household to Madrid to receive their legacies from Don Raymond Caporis, who had orders to pay them. But I could not be of the party, in consequence of a violent fever from distress of mind, which confined me to the castle for more than a week. During that time the Reverend Dominican paid me all possible attention. He had conceived a friendship for me, which was not confined to my worldly interests, and was anxious to know how I meant to dispose of myself on my recovery. I answered that I had not yet made up my mind upon the subject. There were moments when my feelings strongly prompted towards a religious vow. "Precious moments!" exclaimed the Dominican. "You will do well to profit by them. I advise you as a friend to retire to our convent at Madrid, for example, there to become a pious benefactor by the free gift of your whole fortune, and to die in the livery of Saint Dominic. Many very questionable Christians have made amends for a life of sin by so holy an end." In the actual disposition of my mind, this advice was not unpalatable, and I promised to reflect upon it. But on consulting Scipio, who came to see me immediately after the monk, he treated the very notion as the phantom of a distempered brain. "For shame," said he, "does not your estate at Lirias offer a more eligible seclusion? If you were delighted with it formerly, the charm will be increased tenfold, now that the lapse of years has moderated your sense of pleasure, and softened down your taste to the simple beauties of nature." It was no difficult matter to operate a change in my inclinations. "My friend," said I, "you carry it decidedly against the advocate of Saint Dominic. We will go back to Lirias as soon as I am well enough to travel." This happened shortly, for as the fever subsided, I soon felt myself sufficiently strong to put my design in execution. We went first to Madrid. The sight of that city gave me far other sensations than heretofore. As I knew that almost its whole population held in horror the memory of a minister of whom I cherished the most affectionate remembrance, I could not feel at my ease within its precincts. My stay was therefore limited to 5 or 6 days, while Scipio was making the necessary arrangements for our rustication. In the meantime, I waited on Caporis, and received my legacy in ready money. I likewise made my arrangements with the receivers for the regular remittance of my pensions, and settled all my affairs in due order. The evening before our departure, I asked the son of Coselina whether he had received his farewell from Don Henry. "Yes," answered he, "we took leave of each other this morning with mutual civility." He went so far as to express his regret that I should quit him, but however well satisfied he might be with me, I am by no means so with him. Mutual content is like a river which must have its banks on either side. Besides, Don Henry makes but a pitiful figure at court now. He has fallen into utter contempt. People point at him with their finger in the streets, and call him a Genoese bastard. Judge then for yourself whether it is consistent with my character to keep up the connection. We left Madrid one morning at sunrise, and went for Cuenca. The following was the order of our equipment. We two in a chaise and pair, 3 mules laden with baggage and money, led by 2 grooms and 2 stout footmen, well armed in the rear. The grooms wore sabres, and the postillion had a pair of pistols in his holsters. As we were 7 men in all, and 6 of us determined fellows, I took the road gaily, without trembling for my legacy. In the villages through which we passed, our mules chimed their bells merrily, and the peasants ran to their doors to see us pass, supposing it to be at least the parade of some nobleman going to take possession of some viceroyalty. End of Book 12, Chapter 12. Book 12, Chapter 13 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 13, the return of Gil Blas to his seat, his joy at finding his goddaughter Seraphina marriageable, and his own second venture in the lottery of love. We were a fortnight on our journey to Lirias, having no occasion to make rapid stages. The sight of my own domain brought melancholy thoughts into my mind, with the image of my lost Antonia. But better topics of reflection came to my aid, with a full purpose to look at things on the brighter side, and the lapse of 22 years, which had gradually impaired the force of tender regret. As soon as I entered the castle, Beatrice and her daughter greeted me most cordially, while the family scene was interesting in the extreme. When their mutual transports were over, I looked earnestly at my goddaughter, saying, "Can this be the Seraphina whom I left in her cradle? How tall and pretty! We must make a good match for her." "What, my dear godfather," cried my little girl with an enchanting blush, "you have but just seen me, and do you want to get rid of me at once?" "No, my lovely child," replied I, "we hope not to lose you by marriage, but to find a husband for you in the neighbourhood." "There is one ready to your hand," said Beatrice. "Seraphina made a conquest one day at mass. Her suitor has declared his passion, and asked my consent. I told him that his acceptance depended on her father and her godfather, and here you are to determine for yourselves." "What is the character of this village lordling?" said Scipio. "Is he not, like his fellows, the little tyrant of the soil, and insolent to those who have no pedigree to boast?" "The furthest from it in the world," answered Beatrice. "The young man is gentle in his temper, and polished in his manners, handsome withal, and somewhat under 30. "You paint him in flattering colours," said I to Beatrice. "What is his name?" "Don Juan de Utella," replied Scipio's wife. "It is not long since he came to his inheritance. He lives on his own estate, about a mile off, with a younger sister, of whom he takes care." "I once knew something of his family," observed I. "It is one of the best in Valencia." "I care less for lineage," cried Scipio, "than for the qualities of the heart and mind. This Don Juan will exactly suit us, if he is a good sort of man." "He is belied else," said Seraphina, with a blushing interest in our conversation. "The inhabitants of Lirias, who know him well, say all the good of him you can conceive." I smiled at this, and her father, not less quick-sighted, saw plainly that her heart had a share in the testimony of her tongue. The gentleman soon heard of our arrival, and paid his respects to us within 2 days. His address was pleasing and manly, so as to prepossess us in his favour. He affected merely to welcome us home as a neighbour. Our reception was such as not to discourage the repetition of his visit. But not a word of Seraphina. When he was gone, Beatrice asked us how we liked him. We could have no objection to make, and gave it as our opinion that Seraphina could not dispose of herself better. The next day Scipio and I returned the visit. We took a guide, and luckily, for otherwise it might have puzzled us to find the place. It was not till our actual arrival that it was visible, for the mansion was situated at the foot of a mountain, in the middle of a wood, whose lofty trees hid it from our view. There was an antique and ruinous appearance about it, which spoke more for the descent than the wealth of its proprietor. On our entrance, however, the elegance of the interior arrangement made amends for the dilapidated grandeur of the outer walls. Don Juan received us in a handsome room, where he introduced his sister Dorothea, a lady between 19 and 20 years of age. She was a good deal tricked out, as if she had primed and loaded herself for conquest in expectation of our visit. Thus presenting all her charms in full force, she did by me much as Antonio had done before, but I managed my raptures so discreetly that even Scipio had no suspicion. Our conversation turned, as on the preceding day, on the mutual pleasure of good neighbourhood. Still he did not open on the subject of Seraphina, nor did we attempt to draw him out. During our interview I often cast a side glance at Dorothea, though with all the reserve of delicate apprehension. Whenever our eyes met, the citadel of my heart was ready to surrender. To describe the object of my love justly, as well as feelingly, her beauty was not of the most perfect kind. Her skin was of a dazzling whiteness, and her lips united the colour with the fragrance of the rose, but her features were not so regular and well proportioned as might have been wished, yet altogether she won my heart. In short, I left the mansion of Jutella a different man from what I was on entering it, so that, returning to Lirias with my whole soul absorbed in Dorothea, I saw and spoke only of her. "How is this, master?" said Scipio with a look of astonishment. "You seem to be very much taken with Don Juan's sister. Can you be in love with her?" "Yes, my friend," answered I, "to my shame be it spoken. Since the death of Antonia, how many lovely females have passed in review before me with indifference! And must my passions be irresistibly kindled at this time of life?" "Indeed, sir," replied the son of Coselina, "you may bless your stars instead of squabbling with yourself. You are not so old as to make your sacrifice at the shrine of love a byword, and time has not yet ploughed such furrows on your brow as to render hopeless the desire of pleasing. When you see Don Juan next, ask him boldly for his sister. He cannot refuse her to you, and besides, if his views in her settlement are ambitious, how can he do better? You have a patent of nobility in your pocket, and upon that your posterity may ride easy. After 5 generations, when pedigree herself shall be lost in the confusion of her materials, it may exercise the diligence of learned inquiry, to trace the family of the Santillanes to the beginning of its archives, and consecrate the fame of its founder by the indistinctness of his story. End of Book 12, Chapter 13. Book 12, Chapter 14 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain René LESAGE, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 12, Chapter 14, A Double Marriage, and the Conclusion of the History. By this discourse Scipio encouraged me to declare myself, without considering how he exposed me to the danger of a refusal. My own resolution was taken with fear and trembling. Though I carried my years well, and might have sunk at least 10, it did not seem unlikely that a young beauty might turn up her nose at the disparity. I determined, however, to bolt the question the first time I saw her brother, who was not without his trepidations on the subject of my goddaughter. He returned my call the next morning, just as I had done dressing. Signor de Santillane, said he, I wish to speak with you on some serious business. I took him into my closet, where, entering on the subject at once, I imagine, continued he, that you are not unacquainted with the purpose of my visit. I love Seraphina. You are all in all with her father. I must request you, therefore, to intercede and procure for me the accomplishment of my heart's desire. Then shall I have to thank you for the prime bliss of my existence. Signor Don Juan, answered I, as you come to the point at once, you can have no objection to my following your example. My good offices are fully at your service, and I shall hope for yours with your sister in return. Don Juan was agreeably surprised. Can it be possible, exclaimed he, that Dorothea should have made a conquest of your heart since yesterday? It is even so, said I, and it would make me the happiest of men if the proposal should meet with your joint approbation. You may rely on that, replied he, though with some pretensions to family pride, yours is not an alliance to be despised. You flatter me highly, rejoined I. That you are not mealy-mouthed about receiving a commoner into your pedigree is a mark of good sense. But even if nobility had been a necessary ingredient in your sister's requisites for a husband, we should not have quarrelled on that account. I have worked out 20 years in the trammels of office, and the king, as a reward of my long labours, has granted me a patent of nobility. This high-minded gentleman read my credentials over with extreme satisfaction, and returning them, told me that Dorothea was mine, and Seraphina yours, exclaimed I. Thus were the two marriages agreed on between us. The consent of the intended brides was all that remained, for we neither of us presumed to control the inclinations of our wards. My friend therefore carried home my proposal to his sister, and I called Scipio, Beatrice, and my goddaughter together for the purpose of laying open a similar project. Beatrice voted loudly for immediate acceptance, and Seraphina silently. The father did not say much against it, but boggled a little at the fortune he must give to a gentleman whose seat required such immediate and extensive repairs. I stopped Scipio's mouth by telling him that was my concern, and that I should contribute 4,000 pistoles to the architect's estimate. In the evening Don Juan came again. Your business is going swimmingly, said I. Pray heaven mine may promise as fairly. Better it cannot, answered he. My influence was quite unnecessary to prevail with Dorothea. Your person had made its impression, and your manners pleased her. You were afraid she might not like you, while she, with more reason, having nothing to offer you but her heart and hand. What would she offer more? Interrupted I, out of my wits with joy. Since the lovely Dorothea can think of me without repugnance, I ask no more. My fortune is ample, and the possession of her is the only dowry I should value. Don Juan and myself, highly delighted at having brought our views to bear so soon, were for hastening our nuptials, and cutting off all superfluous ceremonies. I closeted the gentleman with Seraphina's parents. The settlements were soon agreed on, and he took his leave, promising to return next day with Dorothea. My eager desire of appearing agreeable in that lady's eyes occasioned me to spend 3 hours at least in adjusting my dress, and communicating the air of a lover to my person. But I could not do it so much to my mind as in my younger days. The preparations for courtship are a pleasure to a young man, but a serious business and hazardous speculation to one who is beginning to be oldish. And yet it turned out better than my hopes or deserts, for Don Juan's sister received me so graciously as to put me in good humour with myself. I was charmed with the turn of her mind, and foreboded that with discreet management and much deference I might really get her to like me as well as anybody else. Full of this sweet hope, I sent for the lawyers to draw up the 2 contracts, and for the clergyman of Paterna to bring us better acquainted with our mistresses. Thus did I light the torch of Hymen for the 2nd time, and it did not burn blue with the brimstone of repentance. Dorothea, like a virtuous wife, made a pleasure of her duty. In gratitude for the pains I took to anticipate all her wishes, she soon loved me as well as if I had been younger. Don Juan and my goddaughter were most enthusiastic in their mutual ardour, and what was most unprecedented of all, the 2 sisters-in-law loved one another sincerely. Don Juan was a man in whom all good qualities met. My esteem for him increased daily, and he did not repay it with ingratitude. In short, we were a happy and united family. We could scarcely bear the interval of separation between evening and morning. Our time was divided between Lirias and Jutella. His Excellency's pistoles made the old battlements to raise their heads again, and the castle to resume its lordly port. For these 3 years, reader, I have led a life of unmixed bliss in this beloved society. To perfect my satisfaction, Heaven has deigned to send me 2 smiling babes, whose education will be the amusement of my declining years, and if ever husband might venture to hazard so bold an hypothesis, I devoutly believe myself their father. End of Book 12, Chapter 14. End of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René LESAGE. Translated by Tobias Smollett.